Hello and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy, and welcome to our friendly little neighborhood Wednesday evening hangout with the people, which am you and me and him.
We's the people.
Yeah, on my better days anyway. Speaking of people, we have people like a spooky, being all spooky
The people.
and cordial to both of us, rather nicely. But who else? Hey, it's misinterpretation. How's it going, Marin? Um, real quick, so on forget what if it was on Marin one of your shows or someone else's show where I saw you in the chat. I'm sorry, I'm just on YouTube way too much and lose track of not just time and days, but also whose stream I'm watching when and who I'm talking to. But you wanted us to reach out to you. I could not find your email address on your YouTube page though. So, but if you want to reach out to us,
Don't. I mean, do.
no, I'll leave that up for a sec. But not just for Marin, for anyone who wants to reach out to us for anything. And we also got, hey, the real Melly. Hello again. And noise ending. Like maybe the person in the chat with the best musical taste, at least so far. But also, like just so you know, getting that Panopticon T-shirt last week kind of put me in a mood. I've been listening to a lot of them over the past week. Very enjoyable.
That's a good
Except I'm a
thing.
little disappointed in their most recent album because the production on it is just so messy and muddy, and I think over compressed, and it just. I mean, I know this sounds weird as a complaint for black metal and extreme metal in general, but even for that genre, it just sounds like noise, which is disappointing.
Hmm.
So, anyway, let's see. Right. So how are you doing, Matt?
That'd be good.
Cool. Yeah. Matt's computer, I put in the chat, but in case people didn't see, that's why we were running late because Matt's computer apparently not only was it time to restart, but I guess it also needed to do updates.
Yeah, so it's doing an update restart, which is when it's like, I'm going to install all this shit now. And I had no warning or option.
But here we are. Also, may notice after over 2 years of doing this, I remembered I had a pop filter for my mic, so I'm going to try that out. Let me know if I sound so much better now.
Yeah, you had two of them, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
double them up.
Just filter all the pops.
Filter out your consonants.
It's like that. Yeah. You can't hear a damn thing. Get a third one to filter out the vowels, another one to filter out the diphthongs, and
you just sound like a muted trumpet eventually.
yes, that's how they recorded the grown-up voices in Charlie Brown. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That must be it. No other possible explanation for how that happened. So,
but it was like there was good musicianship.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like a quiet muted trumpet noise. That's some control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it had character to it, like because it was a character. But to answer Noise Ending's question, the metal one. But yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad someone else agrees. Yeah.
How do sound engineers do that?
And thank you, Spooky.
I mean, like, how do the like? Is that who does the audio mixing and stuff?
Yeah, and the recording. But from what I know about the guy, so this guy Austin, it's basically a one-man band, but like he has a drummer. But Austin does everything else except the drums. So I don't know if he also does all the recording and mixing and stuff himself as well. But the thing is, like, because sometimes he'll mix in other styles in there, so it's all like there's like the black metal, extreme metal side, but then there's also this kind of almost like post rock shoegazy type stuff he'll work in there as well. And for like the slower, more mellow parts, the mix actually worked. It was just sounded like very open and atmospheric. But when he started like hitting Why did I click that? I meant to click that. Did I not click that? Anyway. What was I saying? No, yeah, but when like the more extreme parts kick in, and he tries to do like more intricate stuff, like with the guitar, or like the drums are just blasting. It's like it's just you can't really hear anything.
So misinterpretation says I do hear more room echo than normal. Are you further from your mic than you were?
No, but I don't think I did this last week, but the week before I had like a foam pad thing set up behind my desk, like against the wall. So I
Okay,
might
that
do
could
that
be it.
real quick. So I'll be right back. Matt, I don't know yet. I always do this when you have nothing planned, but
Yeah.
maybe start by introducing your beer.
Wait,
I'll try to.
I am hearing an echo from myself. If I go, oh, nope, not that time. I can't tell if it's just like one of those like ghost echoes or if it's coming from it, like your mic picking up your speakers.
Mm.
But I'm on an earbud, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then it's just a audio, like a program audio thing. Then yeah. Da, da, da. Now I can barely hear you.
How about now?
Still barely. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, say something.
Technical difficulties. The show.
The fuck? Why did my volume go down? Like my laptop volume just went down. I literally can't do that unless I touch it. What is wrong with my computer?
Oh, that was the new update. The automatic volume control to a volume you don't want it on.
Okay,
function.
now you're much louder. God
awesome.
damn it. Okay.
All right. But at least
I think it's a laptop issue. I think it's a Matt laptop issue. Let's just say that's what it is for now. Except for your room echo, that's probably you.
Yeah. So it doesn't sound like I'm using the correct mic. My audio input did just like reset itself through Restream, so let me know if this at least sounds better.
It does. Are you closer than you were before?
Yeah, I think this is about where this is where I was sitting.
Okay, no, before it must have been your laptop mic. Or whatever you're using. Okay, because you're totally fine now.
Right, cool.
The man's after us, Tommy. Wrecking all our shit.
Well, thanks for putting up with that, everybody. Sorry about that. All right, well, let's get to what we're drinking because I could use something about now.
Yeah, I already started.
No.
What you got?
Oh, I'm going first this week.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, so I'm trying a new thing tonight. This is part of Sierra Nevada's like Hazy Little Thing series. This is Citra Little Thing. So it's a hazy IPA. I don't know. It probably only Citra hops. That's a variety of hops for those who don't know. But let's see. So as the name would imply, very citrusy. Yes. Very citrusy, but not like overpoweringly. Like I've had some like very citrusy, like Citra or other type hops heavy, like with no actual added fruit, but it just with the aroma, it's almost like drinking beer mixed with lemon pledge. But this is actually really good. I mean, it's Sierra Nevada. They usually do good. So
sometimes I wonder if when it tastes like lemon pledge and it has that fake lemony flavor, like if they added something.
Yeah, probably.
Give it that fake flavor.
But here's the real flavor of zesty. B.S. Lewis. That almost made sense in my head. And Bartholomew.
What's up, troublemakers?
Just making trouble, you know.
Making trouble. All right, so mine is Mad Tree Access Mundi. This one's with coffee and vanilla, and that matters because they've got a regular Access Mundi, which they don't make that much anymore. And then there's a barrel-aged Access Mundi, which is sometimes just the regular Access Mundi, and sometimes it's a coffee vanilla barrel-aged. And the barrel-aged one, I think, is like 11%. This is 9.5%. But it's fucking delicious. Like, if somebody was in town from out of town, they're like, where should I go for beer? If Access Mundi, because it's seasonal, if it's the time of year for that, I would say you got to go to Mad Tree and have that, because it is like just a stellar beer. So much flavor in one drop. Smells like coffee, vanilla, and chocolate. Has just an incredible bitterness.
Yeah, I actually saw that in the store today when I was picking up beer. Like, almost got it, but
dude, it's only $12.99 for a 6-pack.
Yeah,
I mean, it really should be like at least 14.
Yeah,
like the amount of ingredients that had to go into that.
Yeah, maybe I'll go back and get it tomorrow. Fine. I mean,
well, come on, you know how if somebody cleans the pledge and like the fumes are just so in the air that you breathe it in, and now like all of the ways connected to the airways are covered now in like pledge particles.
But yes, anyone who has used pledge knows the taste. Let's be real, indeed.
Because it is coating your insides. That's probably bad for everyone.
Yep. But fun fact, courtesy of B.S. Lewis, the Sierra Nevada Brewing Company partners with Chico State to feed their spent hops to the FFA cows. You can eat those cows in their restaurant. Circle of life, man.
Mm-hmm. It's probably really good for the cows.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And I think, speaking of Mad Tree, a local brewery here, I think they do stuff with the spent grain as well, like using it for... You can use it for some part of planting. I don't know if it's supposed to be like good fertilizer or just helps with it being good topsoil. I don't know. It does things, and they do things with it.
I think sometimes it ends up in fancy dog foods.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Like brewer's grain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, beer is so versatile. You can use all the parts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, let's see. Trying to think if there's anything else, but I kind of do want to get to the video a little more quickly tonight because it's a longer one. I feel like there may be a lot to go through. So
yeah. Weirdly, I didn't feel the need at all to take notes on this one. There just wasn't a lot of... Well, you'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is, first of all, like, I want to see, how old is this sermon? Yeah, it's 4 years old, so older than the Rock Solid series that we did last month. So I guess for anyone who didn't read the description, or I guess we didn't announce this earlier, but we're back to doing another sermon by Crossroads Church, Matt and my former church. We did their Rock Solid series on deconstruction back in January, which was...
Did it real good.
Yeah, so something like that. But we figured, we had a lot of fun covering our former church, which we had done once before, like several months ago. But we're like, maybe we should make this a more regular thing. So we're thinking, like, last episode of every month, we'll watch another Crossroads sermon. So started looking into a few interesting ones. Particularly, this one's a little older, but we're also looking at some more recent ones, including like last year's Easter message, which we may do next week leading up to Easter. And if their Easter this year is worthy of it, maybe we'll do that the following week. But also found an interesting one that was discussing Noah's flood. So,
oh yeah, we're gonna try to get Kip on for that one.
Yeah, we'll save that and see if he's available and or interested. But yeah. So anyone who knows Kip, bug him.
Well, he did say when he was on maybe the last time that like he'd be up for reviewing an Old Testament sermon from Crossroads.
That's true.
He was like, hell yeah.
So we'll see if we can get him for that. Other than that, but speaking of like other of our favorite like
YouTubers and shows. Last night, Misinterpretation is in the chat. She had a great show with Lil of All Trades discussing like history of the Holocaust, which
I saw
apparently
parts of that. That was very good.
yeah, because apparently Lil is like a professional Holocaust historian, which
Well,
I
there's
was
something.
yeah, I was unaware of, and apparently Marin was until like last week. And when she found out, I like literally fell down her stairs. It was so amazing. So she
Yep.
tells us she's okay. So
Like one of the parts I caught was that sure 6 million Jews, and there were also like many more people killed. So the total was actually higher than that. I was like, well, I mean, big number seems better to go with. That's interesting that I mean, they were like by far the largest group, killed in that. So it makes sense why that's also a big bullet point. God, it sucks that we're getting into like Holocaust as bullet points now. It's like not quite so recent in our collective memories that
yeah,
it's like it's down to nuggets of info most people have.
Yeah. So everyone, if you aren't familiar with Misinterpretations or not subscribed, I mean, fix that immediately. But yeah, definitely. I mean, plenty of good shows, but definitely make sure you watch last night's. Lots of great stuff. And Lil also did a great job of like taking all that and like applying it to like current day situations that may or may not be resembling certain things like that she's an expert in. But so am I supposed to be imagining this comment like with you sitting like that dog sitting in on the table with everything on fire behind you? Like, it's fine, I'm fine.
I find myself doing that the older I get, more and more, and I'm like, that's a weird pain. It's fine. It's probably fine. Never had that pain before. Should I look into that? Nah, it's probably fine.
It's just being old. And hello, Tori. Good to see you as well. So as always, like we went over what we were drinking. If anyone in the chat, live or watching later, is enjoying a little something while viewing tonight's things, let us know. So I like literally almost forgot every word that I knew while trying to say that sentence. So
they need to make a T-shirt, advertising this beer. I would buy that. I don't like. I've got one for Sierra Nevada Pale Ale because that is the first beer I got Aaron to like, and it was like her favorite for a long time. And I would get one for this.
Nice.
Oh, I love it! I love
it. All right. Sorry. Spooky is being demanding, so I'm going to see if I can accommodate. So,
no, sorry, it didn't happen.
What's up? No. Let's see. Ooh.
Yeah, it's the Matry one. You can probably get it in like northern Ohio and probably parts of might be in Indianapolis. Like once you get outside Cincinnati, it's going to probably only be in like the more important cities. But then outside of like Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, it's probably not available anywhere. So apparently Spooky wants to be a super mod so he can harass Titan. Titan Uranus. Titan Uranus official.
Yeah. I don't know. How do you feel about that, Matt?
Huh. I don't know. Spooky's a wild card.
Yeah. But so I'll allow it.
Just don't do things we don't know how to change.
Right. Wait, hold on. Can you show me all the... There we go. All right. No, my computer's being weird. All right. Stop watching us. All right. Back to things. Listening to an ad, waiting for it to end so I can skip it and get us back to where we were. Man, this has just been like the most interesting show of all time ever so far. All right.
Don't worry, Kyle's coming up next. Remember Breathy Kyle? Everything was amazing. Just you really. And then when he got really intense, it'd be like a whisper. You really need this. He's.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't wish that on most people, but
Speaking of tightening Uranus, there are times when Kyle is talking and that it sounds like he is.
So Goose Island Hazy Beer Hug. I have not had that. Also not familiar with it, so not sure what it is. So please elaborate, if you will. So,
Ooh, Goose Island had some really good stuff. Then they were bought out by, I think, Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch, maybe.
Yeah.
And they immediately stopped putting out Honker's Ale, which was a wasn't that an ESB?
Yeah, an extra special bitter.
Yeah. They had an awesome. They like all their beers were really good, but the ones that were higher ingredient and kind of you couldn't make as much money off of them. They kind of discontinued, at least distributed.
Hazy IPA. I do enjoy those. So, yes, I went and did it. Yeah. But hey, I approve of this though. That's so. So the beer we're talking about that's only local to Ohio, Indiana, parts of Northern Kentucky. Matt, if you want to.
Okay,
let Tori know.
Made by Mad Tree. It's Axis Mundi. This one is the coffee and vanilla version. It's an imperial stout, 9.5% alcohol, and it has just concentrated stouty goodness.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's been a while since I've had that one, but BS trying to butter up. Smart,
young and virile. What a weird thing to say.
Yeah, I don't know how you know that, but yeah, not gonna ask. Yeah, I'm definitely growing partial to them, especially when it comes to the non-alcoholic beers, like hazy. I think I mentioned this before. Yeah, hazy IPAs are one of the best styles for the non-alcoholics if you need to go that route, which I do sometimes and will be later this evening. All right. So, any other intro or anything you want to give this video before we get into it?
It's more self-helpy than things they sometimes do. This is one of the ones from their most popular list on YouTube. However, it has 550,000 views, which, fuck, was that right? I think that's right.
Well, here, let's see.
But it only had 50 thumbs ups, which is zero.
Yeah.
It's a conversion ratio for likes of 0.01%, which is way below, because I think typical is it's 4 to 8%.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. 50 likes, 556,000 views. 556,000. Yeah.
This is probably a video that Crossroads had botted for views, because these are the videos they wanted to show up as most popular, so new people checking them out. So this is maybe one of the most seeker-friendly formats and topics. Because it's more self-helpy. The Bible verses are actually generically on point, which is kind of unusual because we saw before. They're it could mean this, and then and then they just use it. And it's also Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm about to say what's not to like, but plenty, actually. So, sorry, I guess I'm just feeling generous tonight.
You throwing out wrenches like crazy?
Well, they're shields now.
Oh, but, yeah. Throwing out shields. Lame.
Why does it keep? All right. So Bartholomew, you're a standard mod for now. So use your power wisely. All right. So sounds like we're ready to get into it then.
Let's get into it.
Shall we? All righty.
It starts off right away.
Yeah. So here's a black rectangle that'll soon be a video. You ready? It's a neat trick I learned how to do just earlier today. Let's see if it still works. What the fuck am I doing? Okay. Hit the goddamn play button.
Do you want to know a life-changing secret hiding in plain sight? In the
Do I?
Sorry, I just had to turn off captions because that was going to bug
Infomercial.
me.
What?
Like it just went like 0 to Billy Mays, like, or Billy May.
Yeah, I was like, why are you in a really well-lit basement?
No, I think this is the Crossroads atrium because this was still during like the COVID shutdown, so he's just like,
yeah, I know, but
this.
like,
yeah, but yes, it does. That is what it looks like. Sorry for ruining the joke. Fine.
No, but yeah, for people out there, that is in their atrium. That's a staircase right behind him.
Mm-hmm. Give it time. All right.
in your entire life, mine too, will be summed up in only 60 characters. 4 lines, 15 characters per line. That's the average length of a gravestone epitaph.
I forgot about the bong.
No, probably because earlier I just was like just watching it on my phone, like while I was doing other things. But yeah, now focusing on it and having the earbud in, it's like, yeah, that was. I want to hear that again.
15 characters per line. That's the average length of a gravestone epitaph. This video is about how to.
And it went bong on the second little tap he gave, so it was like bong.
So, like, what do you say? Like, it's 60 characters. So, what are we writing, an epitaph or a tweet? Like,
yeah.
That's yeah. So, but here's the thing: I want to, since this is like kind of an interactive part of this message, I thought it'd be fun to like give you, the audience, a chance to be interactive with this as well. So
if you want, or to make fun of it.
Yeah. The least sincere, the better, I think, in how we're doing this. So
yeah.
All right, but let's hear what the activity is.
Get ahead and write your own epitaph now, so that you like the 4 lines you're gonna leave behind.
But first, an ad for this app.
The key to writing your own epitaph is your personal answers to 4 critical questions that most people, frankly, never even ask. By the end of this, you'll not only know the questions, but you'll have the beginning of each of your answers. I was 22 years old the first time that I wrote my own epitaph. This is actually it right here. And in the time since I've had this little piece of paper, I've gone through 3 jobs, 4 houses, 7 cars. I've gotten married. I've had 3 kids. But I've held on to this for more than 15 years.
Master's giving Dobby a sock.
Yes. You're welcome, Dobby.
He's 7 cars in how many years? 15?
I think you said it was only 10.
Okay,
maybe
7 cars in 10 years.
But even 7 cars in 15 years, that still seems like.
It's like, tell me you make really poor decisions or you have a lot of money. He's like, I kept buying cars that were basically disposable, paid for them in cash, and like.
Yeah. So everyone, if people want to follow along at home, go get yourself. You can either do it on paper, or he's going to suggest just doing it on your phone with a picture of an empty tombstone. But yeah, if anyone wants to interact with this and like follow along and like write your own epitaph and then share it with the class when we're done, I would be entertained. But obviously, like, no pressure. But so, and one of the things I wanted to mention about this message, like, so Matt was talking about like the whole, like, how it's very like self-helpy. My overall impression, like, there's a lot of stuff in this message that in a way actually is good, because it's about, looking back on your life, figuring out like, well, I guess not looking back on now, but looking ahead to when you'll be looking back on your life or whatever. And just thinking, what do you actually want your life to be about, in terms of what would you like, the epitaph on your tombstone to read. And, as far as, figuring out your values, how you want to spend the time that you do have here, that's all very good stuff.
And there's little turd nuggets in there here and there.
Yeah, but then they like we've seen in other places, like with Kyle and others at Crossroads, they still, but like, oh, but this is a church and it's sermon, so we got to like shoehorn some Bible verses in here and some like vague references to God and Jesus or whatever. Because this is something I noticed even when I was going to Crossroads would happen a lot. It's like they would have a pretty good message, with a good lesson, like, life advice, applicability, and all that. But it would be very loosely scripture based, like if at all. Like I remember there was one time they had this guy, he at the time was like one of the higher executives at Procter & Gamble here in town. He's since moved on to like go to Google. I have no idea where he's at now, but his sermon was basically just talking about like his life testimony and how he was able to work his way up and like the different lessons he learned about like business and like working with people and
that was kind of cool.
And all this stuff. Yeah, it was cool. But at the end, it literally sounded like this was just very like the token mentioned, like this thing we gotta throw in there. It was something along the lines of, oh, and by the way, like all these lessons I learned, like about life and all this stuff, you can find these things in the Bible, and they come from Jesus Christ. And it's like, but he didn't really say why or how. He just said, hey, here's a bunch of good stuff that happened in my life. Oh, because Bible. Thank you.
Huh. Sounds like they hired him, maybe. Or okay, that feels like he's given that talk before, and this is a talk that he gives. And then based on wherever he is, he tags on a different thing at the end.
No, but also, hey, Ember is here. I'm not sure if we're capable of having the live redirect thing. I don't know if we're big enough for that. Like I checked once and we weren't, and it's not that I have it turned off again. I just never had it on because like I don't know if that's a thing.
That's really weird that they wouldn't let somebody send over a bunch of viewers unless you already have enough viewers to get more viewers.
Yeah, it's like, they don't want to give you the tools to become popular until you're already popular. So.
Oh, you know why? Because you haven't worked your way up through their algorithm. They're not sure you're going to be helpful for them yet. You have to prove your worthiness before they give you the right to have more freedom in the algorithm.
All right, so everyone, just tell all your friends and whoever to subscribe. Create a bunch of other accounts just so you can subscribe some more. Whatever. So anyway, does everyone have
you people to bot views for us?
No, just subscriptions. I don't care if they actually watch. All right, so let's hear more about this activity and for those interested in participating.
Because it was a life-altering experience that changed the massive decisions I didn't even know I was about to make over the next several years. Like what career to pursue, who to marry, what house to buy, and whether or not to have kids, all of it. And if I didn't have this, or maybe more accurately, the experience.
Wait a second. Is he saying if I didn't have this thing that I made, I wouldn't have any direction in my life? Also, Jesus, like... Like what?
Right? It's like, no, it's like, yeah, you got to have Jesus, but also this cheesy little piece of paper thing that you wrote some sentences
and he says later, don't be who you want to be who God wants you to be. But do this exercise where you write out your own epitaph, what you want to be said about you after you die, and then listen to God. I mean,
in whatever order, really. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds like God is like tagged on. Tilting is here. Tilting is here.
This may be true. It does seem a bit high. But,
I know.
But we're glad y'all are here. All right.
Experience of making it, I would have made different choices. Instead, I was free to choose what I knew mattered the most. Today is your...
Wait, but I thought God is supposed to tell you what matters the most.
Right.
About you choosing.
I thought God mattered the most.
Yeah.
Well, it's just, he's like, what mattered most is this little greeting card shaped piece of thing I wrote.
Did it just say God over and over again? Is that how this works, or how it's supposed to work?
Did he share it? He says he's going to share it at the end. Did he ever share it?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, it was really not earth shattering because I don't remember.
Yeah, it was kind of underwhelming. Spoiler alert.
Was it super generic? And you're like, why did that help you?
And also, it didn't really seem like it actually answered all the questions that the steps were having us answer.
Nice.
Oh. Any
well, Tommy can't find the button.
This is true. I shall search for the button later. So next week you can have a stream to invade us with as well, and we'll try again if you so choose. All right, back to Kyle.
Turn for that kind of freedom. At the end, by the way, I'll show you what's written on this. The freedom experience is about getting.
Where's he putting that? He put that back away real fast. Is he putting that in his pants? Does he have like a special like epitaph pocket in his shirt? How is that going right back exactly where it goes? Like he's got a giant like pocket folder thing right there.
It's a prop shirt. Yeah.
God's plan with money and experiencing the freedom that only He can give. What you're watching now is just one part of it. Freed Up is actually an app-based experience that normally costs $100, but wait, you can get it for free now through the end of May 2021. Just go to crossroads.net.
So sorry, too late, everybody.
Yeah. So Freed Up is a third-party app. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, now they collaborated with this other company
to make the app.
Yeah, which I don't know why Crossroads was needing to collab on something that somebody else was selling for.
Because they need funding. And Crossroads loves big data. They love to have all your yummy data. And so this way they can get data from people who don't go to their church. And people who do. In fact, they'll give it to you for free. So you can answer all these in-depth personal questions and they will have access to that.
Yeah, so do not get this app, please. But apparently it's $100 again because it's after May 2021.
Do the non-Crossroads people who go and look at this app and get it, do they know that evangelical megachurch in Cincinnati gets their data also?
Probably not. I mean, it does say, like, I actually did look up the app in the App Store, and the app is still free, but I guess maybe once you maybe it just costs money to actually like sign up and like get all the actual stuff.
It really is an infomercial. Aaron says,
really and truly. So all right,
yeah, but let's be honest, like
I shall look at that later.
All their sermons are infomercials. If it's not an infomercial for something like this, it's one for the church.
Yes. Oh, but speaking of shilling other people's stuff, since I love, because this is like the reverse of what I'm about to mention. Speaking of good shows that happened yesterday, Ember had a great one on mansplaining. So I love now that she is having to explain something to me. So that seems like poetic justice there. But yeah, it was a great episode on mansplaining and like the history of it, like what it means and all this stuff. It was really cool.
I think sometimes people think I'm doing it, but it's really just my autism.
Yeah, that's something like I don't remember ever actually being accused of it, or at least not to my face. But I've heard people talk about mansplaining, and to me, like, crap, that sounds like something I do, but only because, it's an autism thing where if you just hear something, if you hear someone say something that's incorrect, it's like you almost have to correct them, or it like literally hurts. But it's the way I've heard it, but it's not to like make yourself correct, it's to make the facts correct. So it's not about I need to be right. It's like, no, like the thing you said needs to be right, and I'm just trying to make it right, But I've
had people accuse me of like needing to be right, like in arguments. It's like, no, I can't be wrong. Like it's really uncomfortable for me to be wrong.
Yeah. Or to just be around wrong statements. Like it's like if it's the same kind of thing where if I am hearing someone say something like, "Oh, I'm never going to eat at Chipotle because I hate Italian food." It's like it doesn't actually matter. Like the person doesn't need to eat at Chipotle. Like that's fine for their life, but it's like but the fact that like that's their reasoning and they're wrong about what it is would just bug the shit out of me. So it's like I have to say something. But anyway.
Okay, for example, here's a wallpaper rant, real short one.
Yay.
There's this artist who I guess does silly little paintings of plants, and for some reason, rich people like to buy this person's little paintings on as wallpaper patterns. And she has a website where I assume it's a she. The name's Carly. So she had this one. It was called Cassia Flowers. Used an alternate spelling, which was frustrating.
Yeah.
It's instead of 2 S's, 1 S. Also, I looked up what a cassia flower looks like, or cassia, however you say it. Not like how she painted it. They're like these little like I don't know, like 6 petal stars or star-shaped flowers. And she's like, right, little flowers. Just like put like these little blue, just like dots, right? But and it looks kind of like a sort of like a cascading hydrangea flower.
Ooh.
But it's not like this. It's not the cluster shape, and it's not like none of it looks like a cassia flower, and it's not good art. One, you call it something it doesn't look like when clearly you were like trying to make it look a little like it, and it's just it's bad art because rich people are paying way too much for custom wallpaper, like it's special. That makes it bad art in my book.
Yeah, certainly a case for that.
Because this person thinks they're good at art now. It's also what makes me mad about it. Like they think you're doing a good job. It's like, no, if you're making this much money, you should be much better than this by now.
Right? Also, Titan, you're a brave man. Or stupid. Both. One of the things.
Now watch Carly had a stroke and used to be a great artist, and this is what she does now. People are like, oh, it's so inspirational. I'll pay a bunch of money for your wallpaper. And then I'm the asshole.
Yeah, it's okay. You can be an asshole for other reasons too. It's okay.
Okay.
So, all right. Speaking of something.
/ freed up to do the entire experience. You'll be glad that you did. But what do you do with the newfound freedom?
Oh, yes, and the peck shot is back, folks. We know you missed it.
And it's always when he's doing something not very interesting with his hands. I can understand if it was like a little flourish thing he's doing.
Yeah, and look, like his hands are blurry, but it seems like the pecs are actually more in focus here. Maybe, or the whole thing's actually kind of blurry anyway. But this is like several years before the rock solid pec cam. So apparently this is just a thing they've been doing for years now.
It must be on their style sheet or something for, like this is how Crossroads does it.
Yep. Pecs.
The handy pec shot.
Now, I wonder if they also do this when women are preaching.
No. But they do show... Maybe they do with this one, but they keep their face in it. So they're not pervs. Of course, do that for dudes, it's fine.
Yeah, she paints those flowers using her teeth, Matt, you brute.
I know, damn. There used to be an artist who did like graphite drawings, I think, with her toes. Or maybe it was with her mouth. But no, there are a couple famous artists who are super talented and do that.
Yeah. Like way better than I am, like with my hands, that's for sure. So, all right. So back to the pecs.
Freedom Well, the answer is this. You focus on what matters most. Whether you're 16 or 60, this experience will help you not waste even 1 ounce of your life.
So first, just to be pedantic, what is an ounce of life? I don't understand the things.
I don't know. It seems like you could have come up with an analogy or a metaphor.
Yeah. Or like a minute of your life. Like that's people say that.
Right.
Don't waste a minute of your life. Like that's like a pretty well established common phrase. But anyway,
yeah.
Like in case people haven't noticed, we're fine being pedantic with these people because it's all the bullshit. Also, I wanted to put this up because at first I read that as PCAM, and I was like, then I read the rest of it. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Oh, okay. Thank you, Marin, and sorry for partially ruining that. Perhaps. Anyway,
hard disagree.
So what's the starting spot? Well, it's simpler than you think. Let me explain. Most people spend most of their time on stuff that has no shot at ever making those 60 characters. Refinishing floors, collecting cards or plates, or in my case, bourbon, getting promoted to executive vice president, or even better, senior executive vice president, upgrading cars, lowering golf handicaps.
Sorry, I just realized I could be playing this faster.
Okay, yeah, that would help. Also, these things this list kind of bothered me because he's putting things into two categories. Like one thing contributes towards your legacy or whatever, and then the other things don't. Well, like this is like a little taste of their go mentality. Do as much as you can and figure out how you can do more. Like, sure, have your downtime, but figure out how to have less.
Yeah, and also like because they've done also like sermon series on like the whole like rest and work thing, but in their interpretation, you don't rest from doing work, you rest for doing more work. So it's like the work is the goal, so you should only be resting as a way of preparing to get back to work. So but yeah, yeah. I was also thinking the same thing back when he was talking about like there's several things when he mentions like a list of like what things are important, what things you want to get done, and the things he lists like, oh, thanks for clarifying that we are in different tax brackets.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying your privilege.
Yes. But Melly here with a fantastic point. Maybe he should talk with some people who've deconstructed if they felt like they wasted time on church and belief.
Yeah.
I certainly have, and a lot of money.
Also, like these things that he talked about, those are all part of the people who do other things that have like, I don't know, more directly productive, but all that stuff is in service of that person being healthy, potentially. And like all those different things can be ways of being a good and kind person to other people. I don't know. This is also very like American Western way of doing things. Like, your life is a product, and you are the capitalist.
Oh yeah, and there's several, at least a few points in here where you can be like, oh, okay, they're trying not to alienate their rich crowd like very intentionally here. But we'll get
also there definitely isn't not the vibe of is this a pitch to wealthy people in the audience to give their money to Crossroads? Is this a like subliminal? Because words like leaving a legacy and all that, like it's like the word legacy specifically is a rich person thing. Like, what's your legacy going to be? Like, what are you going to give? What are you going to require your the people who inherit your wealth to do with it? Because sometimes there's like strings attached. or like a lot of rich people will like donate money, but like when you donate a certain amount of money, you can like decide what's going to be done with it. And that's your legacy you're leaving. Maybe your name goes on something somewhere. But like, yeah, people, middle income people, and like below that, like they don't care about a legacy. They're like, legacy for what? I'm just trying to like make sure my kids can maybe go to whatever kind of school they want to go to. And maybe I help with that, but that's looking iffy now.
Yeah. And he does like get to like some of that about like how you can still like like legacy isn't just about money, and he gives like other examples, but it's still like by and large a lot.
But it's not about money.
Right. Yeah, like, but still like by and large, like I said, a lot of the other examples and things that he gives, like the way he talks about things, is like, yeah, you can tell a lot of people at this church are loaded, or if they're not, they feel like they should be. And if they're not, that's maybe some sort of failing on their part. But like, again, this goes back to like what Matt was talking about earlier, like their like go, go, go mentality. Like it's all about like advancing and pushing forward and taking risks and taking big steps and getting all things accomplished and all that kind of nonsense. But
like the main
not
entrance,
always completely nonsense, but yeah. For some
one of the main
people.
entrances to the staff area from the outside, on the wall back. My wife worked there for like a year or something. I loved it. I thought it was great until it wasn't. That was a roller coaster. Anyway, on the wall by this entrance exit, it says, "Today is a good day to die." And that's like kind of
I love seeing that going to work. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Great workplace messaging there.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right.
They have a therapist on retainer there. They have their own office. Because he doesn't work there, but he's there because therapy is covered by the church. Because go fucking figure.
Which I mean, like on the surface, like that sounds good. Yeah, therapy is good. It's good to have it covered, but yeah,
he's a very Crossroads kind of therapist, though. His empathy seems performative.
That's good. Well, now back to Kyle, who's kind of looking like a Sasquatch at the moment, being all blurry. Get it.
You're watching Netflix, buying, selling, keeping up with fashion. And please hear me clearly, while none of that is inherently bad, in fact...
Oh, yeah, I did speed it up. Is that too fast?
What's it on? 2 times?
No, that's a 1.5.
Can you do 1.25?
Yeah.
Sometimes he does talk fast.
Yeah, I think that's what I had been doing before. So, all right.
Some of it can actually be great. None of it has ever made the 4 lines. And also, we're saying this isn't a video about making a vow of poverty or swearing off material things. It's actually about how to capitalize on everything you have. Your energy, time, resources, even all your stuff, so that you can leave a legacy that you love. Now, you can...
See, it's okay to be rich because God needs your money. It's one way to sum that up.
The word capitalize is also a little... This message is for people who aspire to feel wealthy and people who are. He's like, yeah, you can feel wealthy with these other things. Also, if you are wealthy, I don't know, maybe don't take that with you. Maybe give it to us.
I don't know why I put this up. I wish I knew how to properly pronounce that, but it's funny anyway.
Please. Please.
That is now how I'm going to pronounce that, if I'm able. I don't know if I can actually do that, though. And I'm not going to try right now because I feel like it might hurt.
It sounds like I'm doing like Finnish vowels or something.
Oh, the Finns. All right, but I was going to back him up a little bit because there was something he said that I think I maybe wanted to comment on.
Finns speaking English sound like somebody being racist. It sounds like they're mocking people from that region. Doesn't it?
I don't know, actually.
Isn't that you who told me that?
No.
Fuck. Maybe my cousin told me that. He's a big like linguist. Big language person.
Yeah, my only like kind of observation on certain languages is when I will sometimes like I remember this was when I was in the hospital several years ago. So I was on like the public hospital Wi-Fi. So I was using a VPN, because it was public Wi-Fi. But I was connected to a server in the Netherlands, and I was like watching YouTube. So like all the ads were in Dutch, and I don't think I'd ever really heard people speaking Dutch at any length before. And to me, it sounded like an American person trying to speak German.
Yes. I was gonna say a really drunk German.
Yeah. But so an American person trying and failing miserably at speaking German, I should add. But yeah, so that amused me. Also, we love you, Dutch people.
Yeah, I was watching something and it was actual Dutch people talking, and I was like, well, that can't be real. Like when they're just
yeah, because it's not quite German, it's not quite Scandinavian, it's kind of like in the middle, which I guess makes sense because geographically it's between
the German bog people. That's how German sounds at sea level.
And Norwegian is how it sounds at altitude.
I mean, they just couldn't be bothered. Like it's a Germanic language, but they're so busy trying not to float away. That's
ooh, yeah, interesting. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, a lot of stereotypes is a Bavarian accent, which is sort of like the backwoods German accent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So let's see.
The most fun people are in southwestern Germany.
Oh, yeah.
Also, well, only when they're drunk. They're also super conservative. So, womp
womp. All right, let's see if I backed Kyle up enough to get to
back it up, Kyle,
to mention, or if I missed because I forgot what it is already. So if I didn't, then fuck it. Let's go.
Off material things. It's actually about how to capitalize on everything you have. Your energy, time, resources, even all your stuff, so that you can leave a legacy that you love. Now, you can just watch and listen if you want, but if you want the full experience and you want to have this kind of memento that comes with it, one that you can look back on 15 years from now, go ahead and get out your phone and open the web browser. Or if you're watching this on...
Yeah, so again, people, if anyone in the chat or in the audience watching this later, if you want to actually do the activity, feel free to do so and let us know what you come up with. Like we said, the less seriously you take this, the better. Unless you actually do want to do something like that's actually serious, but not in the way that Kyle wants you for it to be serious. Either way, I think both could be spectacular. So if anyone's wanting to do this write your own epitaph thing, like now's the time. Listen to here. I'll back him up a little bit more because he was giving some instructions on what you can do
before it scrolls away. Well, first there was Dutch is Cajun German, to be honest, misinterpretations, and then Real Millie said Bavarian Austrian German sounds like a drunk German accent. There was an Austrian actor on Conan's show like years ago, and Conan said, "What's the difference between Germans and Austrians?" And the guy said Austrians have a sense of humor. So like Austrians are the fun Germans. I think that's probably offensive to both countries.
Oh, good. Yeah. So like Schwarzenegger, he's Austrian. Seems to have a sense of humor, I guess. So
yeah.
I mean, if you go from like just being famous for being a bodybuilder, and then you're a movie star, and then you're like the governor of California, I guess you kind of have to have a sense of humor about life because that's just fucking ridiculous. So
yeah.
Yes, don't do that part. Like, please refrain from that part. But if you want to do the rest, all right.
Oh, interesting. They didn't
look back on 15 years from now.
What's that?
They skipped over asking for money. You think that's because they're like they felt bad about getting people to use the app, which is like money in the bank to them a bit?
Oh, did they have a conscience for a second? That's amazing.
I mean, you can't ask for two things. You don't want to look like the assholes you might be.
Right. Gotta keep up appearances or something.
Now, go ahead and get out your phone and open the web browser. Or if you're watching this on your phone, just grab something to write with. If you got your phone open your web browser and Google blank gravestone. Just find any image, don't be too picky, and then save it to your phone. After you've done that, open the image and click Edit and Markup. You're going to be writing on this image.
Also, like, it seems ironic because of something that Kyle will explain later about himself, but at first hearing that, like, oh, don't be too picky, it's like, do you know any neurodivergent people, Kyle? Like, I can't just pick a random picture of a gravestone. Like,
it's my tombstone. It's got to be what I want.
They're building up as this something that's supposed to be like super thoughtful, and it's going to be like representative of us and our entire life. But when it comes to the actual picture that this is all going to be on, it's like, don't be too picky. It's like, mixed signals, Kyle.
I don't want my epitaph to be on someone else's tombstone.
Yeah, that'd be weird. Actually, could I put that in my will? Actually, to like, after I'm buried, like they just go to, like, someone has to go to another tombstone in that cemetery and just like carve something in it, or like for me.
Or
that would
your
be kind of
epitaph,
awesome, actually.
Your epitaph is like an outfit that like other tombstones can wear. You know, like, like it has little tabs on it or something. So,
right.
So you can just like go put it on other tombstones.
Yes. Oh, and Kelly's here at work, working and lurking. But Kelly, you do, like, if you're still with us whenever it is that I pass, if you can make it to the Cincinnati area or wherever I'm buried, feel free to do just that. Like, just go to whatever cemetery I'm in and just carve something about me in someone else's tombstone. If you I think that would be awesome. Or,
you know, people like do like a crayon rubbing of like a tombstone or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like for like mementos and shit or whatever. What if you do that on Tommy's tombstone, right? And then like you crumble it up and like bury it in the ground by somebody else's tombstone, like you're doing a spell. And if anybody sees you, make up a language and act like you're chanting.
Yeah, this sounds great. I want to die right now so we can do this.
Start praying in tongues. If people look at you, like, stop and go up, and then keep going.
Oh, this is fantastic, man! I cannot die soon enough. This needs to happen. I mean, I'm enjoying life. For real, I am. No one actually gets concerned about that. All right, and David is here. Just joined to see some youth pastor dude telling me to make a craft of my tombstone, and I am confused. Yes, as well you should be.
Well, I wonder if the in-person one, if they gave out like tombstone pieces of paper.
Well, this was back when, I'm not sure if they were doing in person yet when this.
Oh, but they would have if it was in person.
Yeah.
They gave out bacon one time.
Oh, yeah.
That was probably just to figure out who the Muslims were. Muslims and vegetarians, same thing.
Yeah. And Jewish folks, and yeah.
No, some Jewish folks. No, well, no, it depends if they eat kosher or not.
Yeah.
I forget that. I went into a kosher bagel deli once, and I was like, "Do you have any ham?" And I had forgotten that was not going to be there. So they just looked at me like I was being an asshole. But what was funny was the one that gave me the biggest look was like one of the black guys that worked there. He's probably not Jewish. I mean, let's be honest.
It's like, dude, even I know. Come on.
The fuck?
Yeah. No, I think that with all the stuff that Crossroads does with like the multimedia stuff, I mean, they have like the freaking app, like the actual, not just the one that Kyle was talking about that they collabed on. They have their own app. Like, how easy would it have been to just for someone to just like draw or do a mock-up or whatever of like a blank tombstone template, put it in there. But yeah, whatever. Now this is a fun story. So, I mean, I would also love to have an empty tomb somewhere, actually. So then people can like write stories about how I actually resurrected and am like the savior of the everybody. So
Okay, so this thing from DH, yeah, you'd think they would have taken time to make a web page. My wife worked in the IT department there, and they are all so strapped for time because of the amount of stuff that they were trying to get them to do.
There's that too.
Also, the website was like perpetually on like the edge of breaking. And like there were like backlogs of just trying to make sure it worked the way it was supposed to. That like doing anything new, like adding anything, was, yeah, like there just wasn't somebody to do it, even though there was like 20 people that worked in IT. Or no, it wasn't 20; it was more like 12, which is still a fucking lot.
yeah, 12 doing the work of 20 at least, or something.
And several of them were really talented. Other ones were not. Those are the ones who stayed on staff. The rest of them were like, "This is some bullshit. I'm getting paid some more somewhere else."
Right. But real quick, speaking of Kelly, we need to get her some pictures of us because
that's right.
Time we're actually going to be guests on Kelly's show on Sunday, March 15th, which I'm very excited about. So, but we need to get her pictures so she can make the thumbnail.
Do they need to be? I've got one. Does it need to be serious?
Yeah, like because I did like looking at like some of the other thumbnails that she's made for other guys. It seemed like they were just like regular pictures. I'm thinking, can I just like give her one of like our thumbnails? But no, these seem like actual pictures. So yeah, I guess just take a selfie of you making your favorite expression and send it on over. So
no, right, I'll have to do that.
Yeah.
I don't take selfies. Usually, I take them if somebody else is in them. But even then, I feel weird. It's more like they're like, take a selfie, and I'm like, all right.
Yeah. That sounds like I think Crossroads probably did several of those things where they wanted everyone to take a selfie for something. But yeah, no, the demand avoidance. All right.
Oh wait, that Aaron made that app. That web app for taking a selfie and sending a prayer request to somebody in Africa, and they send one back. That was like she was in charge of that project, and she stayed that weekend because they were going to use it. They didn't really stress test it for as many people who were going to use it because it wasn't time. And so like she was like there that day because it was like a big thing they had to work. And fortunately it went off without a hitch, but that was not guaranteed. And they're like we can't they're like, we can't test it for like the load of people that's going to have it. Like we don't have the software to do that. And they're like, we can't promise it's going to work. And the Crossroads was like, it's got to work, make it work. And they're like, I don't think you understand. Like, we don't know if this will break it. We can't know that until we do it.
Yeah, but it didn't. So good job, Aaron.
Yeah. She was fired shortly after.
Yeah. She's so good at her job, they fired her. So
because they gave her boss the praise for it.
Anyway, we're not still bitter about that. Moving on.
As we go. As you're doing that, it's probably also worth me calling out, this isn't going to be all morose or depressing. That movement already happened in the early to mid 2000s. It was called emo. Bands like Death Cab for Cutie, Dashboard Confessionals. Your hair is everywhere. I think it's.
By the way, that little guitar lick underneath was totally not that original song.
No.
Some generic.
The way
Crossroads.
He puts his hand over his mouth, does it look like he realizes what he's just done?
I think that's at least subconsciously what's going on here.
It fucking echoed in there, dude. That was loud.
But yeah, good question. I mean, do you actually need anything else? I mean, honestly, do you even need an IT department? Can't you just have the Holy Spirit do all the shit for you?
I mean, right?
So, anyway,
seems like if you're walking with the Lord, He'll just bring people to where you are, right? That's how that's supposed to work.
Right. But also, like, speaking of that little generic guitar riff thing they put underneath. Like that was like just the most generic, like, oh, like emo, that's a type of rock, right? Here, just play a little rock thing there. That works. It's like, it's kind of like when it's kind of, it's different, but seems like it has some commonality with like, back in high school when I would like tell people like, oh yeah, I'm into metal, like talk about like what kind of music we're into. It'd be like, yeah, I really like metal. And they'd be like, oh, so you mean like Korn and Limp Bizkit? Like,
and Skillet?
No. That was another one that was brought up. Yeah, no. But then I would name the actual bands I was into, like Ancestor and Vodka Vandring and Crimson Moonlight. And they're like, who? Like,
Limp Bizkit was like a
Slayer.
holding.
Yeah.
Limp Bizkit was like a holding pattern for members of somebody else's supergroup.
Yeah. Or something like that.
So,
anyway.
I've heard their vocalist do like guest appearances on, I think he was on Wargasm's album. I'm not sure. He's much better as backup vocals.
Mm-hmm. But this is another thing that happened around then that's its own kind of disturbing. Yeah, I was one of those kids. Yeah, and I was totally down for it.
And also,
it's upsetting.
That story about that girl was not exactly what happened. I remember that.
Probably not true. So, yeah. So, but hey, it's all right to lie for Jesus if it means like more good things is done because of the lie, right?
This was somebody who was. It was much lamer. I know. God, it sucks to say it like that. For Christian propaganda reasons, like the original story was lame propaganda, like the real thing that happened. It was just a tragic thing that happened, and to take that and be like, she took one for the team, everybody. Just like, God, that's the worst. It's the fucking worst.
Yeah, it's like just let it be what it is.
What an inspiration.
Yeah,
she is. Well, I'm glad. Better Parents are real happy she inspired you.
Yeah, that's actually something I believe, because like I mentioned before, like both of my kids. Yeah, I think I mentioned like both of my kids are Christian, but I believe I have like explicitly told them like, yeah, be a Christian, that's fine, but like just do not try to get yourself martyred. Like it's okay to deny Jesus in situations like that. He'll forgive you, I'm sure. But yeah, there's only been like a few things like that where I'm just like, okay, yeah, believe what you want, and like it's all fine, but at least this, yeah. Anyway,
something you scream infidelities. This isn't about screaming anything, actually. It's about you waking up each day and going to bed each night knowing that your life is being perfectly spent on what matters the most to you. Step one.
Wait,
isn't that exactly what he says not to do later?
Yes, and what they also say not to do, like in pretty much everything else that Crossroads ever does, unless they need to say it like this to get people engaged and interested.
What matters perfectly to you? I mean, I like that, but like that's not what they're selling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that struck me as so weird when it's like, because I thought it was going to be. Well, here, let me like back him up. Just
I don't like being focused on things that perfectly matter to me. Like appeals to me, but trying to like have like your goal is for your actions to perfectly do anything is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like sometimes it's okay for you to like do things that don't actually matter, other than they make you happy.
Yeah, and
they're fun. And
even if we do have free will, you don't have perfect free will. Like sometimes your gut bacteria are fucked up, and like the world is, it's shit-colored glasses now. Like,
yeah, right. Or honestly, a lot of days just surviving is enough. Like you didn't need to do anything
for
else.
real.
The fact that you're still here,
like no, that's an excellent point, because if somebody's having like significant mental health struggles, hearing somebody talk like this, you're like, fucker, I just being awake to listen to this was my goal for the day. Like just being awake to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, but hashtag life goals.
Well, I mean, if you're doing it and doing it and doing it well, I mean, it'd be a shame to withhold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel I have so many talents going to waste right now. So, if anyone's interested, I mean, what?
Life is being perfectly spent on what matters the most to you. Step one.
Yeah, see, right there, I thought he was going to say being perfectly spent on what matters to God. Like,
but also the way he said to you,
like,
sounds like he could follow it up with like, or what's good for God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but no, he just left it there. What's what you want? It's like weird, but all right.
To fully embrace this somewhat weird reality. You're somebody's ancestor, and what you do will impact them, and that impact is called your legacy. I want you to think back in time for a second. What's your earliest childhood?
Right. So, but real quick, so he talks about like as far as your legacy, he's like specifically in terms of being an ancestor. So it's more about like your family. Now, there's other things in here that he mentions that like broadens the scope like beyond just your family, but there still is a heavy emphasis on family, which is a very like evangelical and especially this church thing to do. Where
my sister didn't feel welcome there. She's single and has been, no kids. Yeah, and like shit like this, she was like, "This isn't for me." Also, she had a suspicion that it was a cult, so
it's good for her. But yeah, I mean, and I will also give him credit, like the emphasis on being a good ancestor, because the way I've heard it put is, it's better to focus on being a good ancestor than being a good descendant or something like that. So it's not all about pleasing your parents and their parents and make sure you're doing everything the way like your family's supposed to do it, like, but being a good ancestor. And to me, starting with my kids, obviously, like the way I've started that is my only expectation of you is that you are yourself and you are just a really good yourself. That's all I care about. But
yep.
But anyway, but back to their focus on family, like, because really, I mean, your legacy could be so much more than that. I mean, obviously, like the family part of it is important, but I feel like this gives people the out to like, especially when it comes to like finances and making sure like you're leaving a good inheritance, like as far as like how you're spending your money, it's like, as long as my family's taken care of, that's what really matters. Like, doesn't matter if like the way I live my life ends up being detrimental for like other people.
Yeah.
But as long as my family's good, then hey,
that's
good.
It's kind of the unspoken message of Man Camp and the patriarchy nonsense. So Noise Ending had a thing about if you focus on your time being perfectly spent, in order to maximize your legacy, it sounds like a fast track to some unhealthy shit. Yeah. And that's kind of, and then later said, it's from experience because they tried. No, that was a common thing. It led to low level anxiety that like I misinterpreted as a connection with God, honestly. Like if something tweaked my background anxiety, I felt like the Holy Spirit. It was, yeah,
indeed.
And I forgot how to handle certain things the way I used to, before being a Christian, like that kind of Christian. It was messed up.
Yeah, in several ways, but yeah. Now, so Dave brings up a good point here because I can relate to a lot of this too. Fortunately, not necessarily like from my parents. Like my parents, like are actually like especially my dad, which was important for me growing up, was like pretty like not overbearing as far as like his like expectations of like specifics about what I wanted to be. Like I was pretty much raised like kind of to be my own person. Like he wasn't giving me like super hard, strict guidelines. Here's how you must be as a steward or whatever. It's just like seems like he was happy if I was happy, which is awesome.
Well, you also have a common name, so it's not like they would know which Stewarts you belonged to.
There's that too. That helps. But speaking of this whole like how I just like gave them credit for like focusing on being a good ancestor, but kind of bundled in with that is, but there still is that expectation with a lot of this of being a good descendant, because this is packaged in like, okay, you're having these people ahead of you who are being good ancestors and passing down this whole like God thing or whatever they call the God thing. So now it's up to you to keep it going so that way you can be a good ancestor too, because this is how you be a good ancestor, is you keep up the things that your ancestors were doing. So it's kind of good in how they were emphasizing it, but really the way it works out, it still goes back to like the not as helpful the thing. So you brought this up.
Yeah. Well, first mentioned of Man Camp. Spooky's keeping a counter, I guess.
Okay.
Building Windmill had a poignant thing. I was never told it, but definitely internalized it, particularly due to being the last one in my dad's family with our last name, and I'm going to be the last. So yeah, I can relate. Yeah, that's like I don't know if it's a good idea for my daughter to have kids because of her disabilities. I don't know if I think my son will, but like maybe not. Yeah.
But also, it's like, I mean, I understand why like having like the last name perpetuated is important to some people, but I mean,
so it's also like your family. It's also like your mom and dad's genetics continuing.
Yeah, because here's the thing, because like I have a sister and like she got married and changed her last name and she has kids, so now their kids have her husband's last name, but they're still just as much family as my kids are who have my last name. So it's like,
yeah,
it doesn't actually.
Well, and there's like genetic lineage, right? But then there's like every interaction we have with people affects the next chain of events to some degree. I mean, sometimes it's like kind of negligible because it's part of the background noise of that person's life, but I don't know, but it has like a tiny cumulative effect. And so in that way, we're creating tomorrow and creating the experiences of the people in tomorrow. And so we're all creating the future and the people in it in that way. And like, if you're not doing it genetically, I don't know. I feel like that's leftover. It's like leftover worries and focuses of just needing to survive. We're to the point now where like, short of like an enormous planet-wide disaster, humanity is going to survive. And we have the ability to help ourselves survive. And so I really wish our brains would stop telling us like we need to have the chillins to
right
for the species to continue. Like that's not true.
Yeah, it's like there's plenty of us right now. I think we're going to be all right. But real quick, going back to tilting, like talking about being like the last person in your dad's family, like, yeah, it's a burden. And you let it go. I mean, I'm certainly not here to tell you how to do that, but I'm just here to tell you I hear you. And yeah.
Something always gets me when somebody tells me that I'm enough. So you're enough.
Yep. Yes, you are. I mean, we definitely appreciate you. So
indeed.
But yeah, and no awesome segue from that. But I moved on to my non-alcoholic intermission. So back with the ghost haze.
Well, I'll move on to my alcoholic intermission.
All right. What you got there, Matt?
Okay, I have a Braxton Opera Cream Stout. I've had it before on here.
Ooh.
It's the with the Bonbonnery chocolate.
Yeah, the Bonbonnery is a local bakery here in the Cincinnati area. Good cake.
Yeah, it's just a stout with coffee. Another coffee one. It's going to be less flavorful than the first, but this is still really good. I'm not a huge Braxton fan. I know some people love them, and I tend not to like those people for other reasons. Like remember one of the Steves. That's all I'm going to say.
I remember.
The Steve that's had
Yes,
that has
yes.
since had trouble with the law. Did you know about that?
No, but it does not surprise me at all.
Right.
So
Speaking
you,
of,
you don't. Yeah, you don't need to go into it. But
yeah.
Yeah.
I almost said something that was gonna unrelated.
yeah, but no one else knows what we're talking about anyway.
No, I know, but it's still.
You can tell me later.
It's does it bother anybody else when people who shouldn't really have children have too many, and then the people who are like, there should be more of them, and then you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like tilting windmill. But I will say, tilting windmill is creating more tilting windmills in other people. So,
Right.
you
Because
got that metaphorical impregnation going.
let's take that for what it's worth. But I thought the real Melly put same sentiment here very well. Yep, I can help future generations despite not passing on my genes to any. Like, yes, like there's still so much more to like what you do for the world beyond just your children. Even if you don't have children, obviously, like you can do more than that. I mean, and so far, that's what I'm hoping. Like we're doing, at least to some extent, even if it's just like we provided a bunch of people a fun place to hang out on Wednesday nights.
Yeah.
So that's good enough for me.
Can we all the people, not us, but can people just like be less hung up on abortion and more hung up on creating a better world with the people who are in it?
Yeah.
I mean, like, do you know how many
please.
like shit tons? I don't know how many. We'll say shit tons. Shit tons of pregnancies end in miscarriage, right? So we got like God aborting children all the fucking time. It kind of sounds sometimes like most of them, like with the numbers, because you could have, if it happens before a person's cycle and they don't know they were pregnant, or it's just like a little late, like it's possible they were, and it like there never were any like indications. So then when another part of the body decides to like terminate a pregnancy, then like suddenly when that part of the body does it, the brain, now it's a sin. It's like I didn't have any control over when my metabolism ended a pregnancy or whatever the hell it was, you know, like no, Steve is a poopy head.
Yeah. All right. Well, first, good night, Marin. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll look forward to you hanging out when we're recording or something. Yeah, feel free to keep leaving your comments, though. Let us know.
You've fallen over from being tired? That's impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, she knows what that's like. But real quick, windmill, like, yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's a lot of, at least I hope, that's kind of what we're here for. So.
No, what do you mean take the focus?
Yeah.
You thought we were focused?
But if we were, like, that's an okay. But look, this is an okay thing for other people to be focused on. Like,
yeah, we're not. Also, we're
yeah.
What kind of assholes would we be if we noticed somebody in the chat, you know, like saying words like you, and we're like, anyway.
Yeah, which I mean, and we say that as we probably are like missing some things in chat, but when we notice things, we want to point it out. Like Ember here, talking about like her dad was a bit put out that she was the only one of his offspring capable of reproducing. Change your name. So I mean, yeah, exactly.
Like the name is a stand-in for genes, but then like passing on genes. Like there's plenty of us.
Yeah, because it's like, here's the thing. Like, so like I have 2 kids. I mean, they're both still teenagers. Like, well before, like, I don't know if either of them have really like made up their minds on like whether they like intend to have kids or not. But if they do, and also like I have a boy and a girl, so tradition would say one of them will be changing their name, the other one, like, I don't care. First of all, I don't care what they do with their last names if or when they get married, but also like, but no matter what their last names are, if any of them like give me grandchildren, guess how much of a shit I'm going to give about what those grandchildren's last name is.
Yeah. I mean, I can see Asher just changing his name to something completely unrelated when he gets married.
Yeah, I can see that, but that's just how he rolls.
I'm gonna change my name to God. Just one word, like Prince.
Mm-hmm. But then that's also your initials. Like, so if someone asks for your initials, it's just G-O-D. It's like, What do they stand for? Nothing. They're each just the letter, and my name is God. Like, that's brilliant. But
Mr. Odd.
Or it's just Mr. D.
Yeah, G. Odd.
I mean, speaking of like weird names, like we already
just call me G for short.
But speaking of like name weirdness, like we already set him up for name weirdness because he actually goes by his middle name and not his first name. But we actually made that the plan from the beginning. Like, okay. we intentionally named him not intending to use his first name. So,
well, I mean, clearly one of you was going to be an atheist.
What?
You're just breaking all the norms.
If only we knew at the time. Anyway, so yeah, and we have no problems with anyone riffing on text either. So yes. All right.
This beer is like dessert after the first one. It's really good.
Oh, I bet. All right. So y'all may or may not remember, we're watching a video, but I'm trying to be better about when we're man. No, there's something about the hops in this are like super resiny, so they just like it's just like a layer of hop dust just like clings to the entire back of my throat sometimes when I take a swallow. But
something they said.
Yeah, sure. Hey, it's all right. Hey, Emily. And yes, it's Kyle.
But Kyle's being helpful.
Yeah, it's like, this is a fun instance, like I said earlier, like him saying some things that are actually good until he remembers this is a sermon and needs to bring the Jesus thing into it. But anyway.
By the way, does the background here, the environment that he's in, this is the atrium for the church. People see this when they first come in. Right behind him's the doors to the auditorium. But
yeah, it says auditorium up there.
But when I went to Crossroads one time after hours because somebody was meeting somebody there I was with before I even knew anything about it. And I was like really disoriented when I walked in because it was like I was in like an edgy shopping mall. Like
mm-hmm. After it was closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or super early. So it's just like the old people mall walking or whatever. So, all right. I'm going to try this again. All right. That went better. All right. Is it okay that you're here, Kip? Is it?
Anyway,
but as long as you're okay, I guess that's all that matters. Oh, but speaking of like, so you missed it earlier. So we decided to make it a thing where we're like doing a Crossroads sermon at the last week of every month, and there's one that they did recently covering Noah's flood. So
you probably
no pressure. Yeah, no pressure. But if you're interested, if you want to like join us for that episode and give your expert opinions or whatever it is you call them these days, we may be down. Hey, get yourself in that thumbnail of ours. It's apparently a dream of yours, which, all right. But anyway.
Keeps sounding like somebody's coming down my stairs, but they're not.
It's probably ghosts. So you're good. Yeah.
DH says that this set looks like the most
Going
depressing airport lobby.
Yeah, I just had that up.
Oh, you did? Missed it.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It does.
It's not a set, though. That's the actual atrium.
Yeah, see, I thought you saw that, and that's why you were talking about that story about when you were there after hours.
Oh, no. No, but like that's the vibe, man. Yeah.
So that's hilarious that you were talking about this comment even though you didn't see it. I love that.
I mean, I might have just kind of seen it, but it didn't register except as a background thought.
Ooh. All right. Okay. So it'll either be, so I think we already have our Crossroads episode for March.
Yeah, so it'll either be one of the Easter ones, right?
Yeah. So yeah, it's the Easter one from last year. So so depending on how this year's Easter service of theirs is, if it's good, we'll do that one in April. But if not, we'll do the Noah thing in April. But if we don't do the Noah thing in April, then it'll be May. So last week of April or May. So.
And by good, we mean annoying for the right reasons.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. And Spooky just shared a link. I have no idea what it's for.
Could be anything.
Yeah.
User discretion advised.
Yes. All right. But yeah, back to this guy.
Memory of like a parent or a grandparent.
Oh, but for like Kip and anyone and Emily and other people just joining us, part of the activity for tonight is we're supposed to be writing an epitaph for ourselves based on Kyle's helpful things. I don't know. So if you're wanting to follow along at home, grab a paper and pen or pencil, and you too can do a morbid thing.
Or grab your iPad podium like he has.
Right? And and like we said, like if you're gonna do this, like the more like unserious and irreverent the better. Or if you want to do it actually serious but actually good and not the way that Kyle's telling you to do it. Hey. So, Emily remembers this. So, did you make an epitaph? Do you want to share?
It is one of the most popular sermons on YouTube.
Video is a clip of this stream. Oh my! Now I need to check that out. Huh. All right, everyone. Matt, entertain the people again while I click on things.
I'm drinking beer. It's tasty beer. Like and subscribe.
Very good. Very good. Ooh. Squeaky burpee. Oh, so now we're on to like the weird sounds that I make. That's fantastic. All right. Let's see. Pull up the chat here. There's the link. All right. I'm going to preview this first before I share it with y'all. Loading. Still loading. Damn it, Spooky. Could you make a clip that loaded faster?
Does it bother anybody else when some people like roll their sleeves up like he did?
I used to do that sometimes with things. Now I think about it's mostly like while I was like at work doing like
maybe it's his whole ensemble where he has like his shirt like perfectly open so that it falls in like perfectly parallel lines. When he's like, I just rolled my sleeves up sometimes and I got to get shit done. It's like, no, man, you looked at yourself in the mirror after you did that. This is
all right. So here I figure we should probably show off Spooky's handiwork here. So let me give you a sec to replace. Not that. There we go. Yep. All right, and then
apparently Dr. Gibbs just got off of a great recording.
Ooh. So I'll have to check that out later. All right, so here's. There, it's now full. It doesn't want to go full screen. Anyway, so here's the clip that Spooky just made. Thank you very much. About when we're yeah. No, there's. Ooh. about when we're. No, there's. Ooh. All right. Well, thank you, Spooky. That's. Thank you.
Tommy almost died and went, "Ooh."
Oh, did I replace with the wrong one? Damn it.
What is happening?
No, wait. No, that's this now.
What now? What's this now?
Okay. Yeah, there we go. I think we're back to where we're supposed to be.
And we're back.
Yeah, that's full screen. Where us? There. No, that's not it. Damn
Not it.
There it is. Okay.
Found it.
Thanks, Matt. All right.
I got your back. Just
All
here
right.
for encouragement.
All right. But here, real quick, adjust the thing. There we go. All right. Now we're back. Whew. That was a thing.
Was it going somewhere with them, maybe playing a game or working on a project on the house or out in the yard? Whatever it is, chances are that memory is actually attached to the legacy that they've left to you or are leaving to you. Mine is riding with my dad in this gigantic old piece of crap station wagon that he had. It was supposed to have wood panels on the side, but those actually fell off before he bought it. So it was just this giant black box with a bright red interior.
That looks
Bench
terrible.
seats in the front. He bought it for like several $100s, so you know it was pretty nice. And by the way, this is before we knew about stuff like pumpkin seats or safety.
Yeah. Also, by the way,
who buys safety? That's a privileged thing.
yeah. Also, speaking of privilege, so he was just describing this car and like,
It's about bed bugs.
this is clearly dumb, right? So that means like, so anyone out there who actually has a car like this, Kyle is making fun of you. So congratulations. Again, going back to the whole like, they have a way of letting us know that their target audience is in a certain tax bracket. So it's like, yeah, because we can all agree that this kind of car is really dumb, right? And it would really suck to have one. It's like,
Oh, yeah,
guarantee
man.
a lot of people in your congregation driving cars like that. So good job making fun of them.
I'm driving a 2005 Toyota Matrix. Like, that's my work vehicle. I'm driving up all these like super like rich people houses lately. I have like a loose heat shield in the back, so I pull in and it's going like rattle, 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 rattle.
So they know you're here. It's good. It's good. All right.
So at 4 or 5 years old, I rode up front with him. Me and my dad on Saturdays, we would go different places, sometimes the hardware store, sometimes the bank. But there's one place we always hit every single Saturday. White Castle.
Now-
Glorious
everybody-
White Castle. The only
Yeah.
Does everybody know what White Castle is? I know it's not
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah, that's something I was going to ask too. I have no idea how widespread White Castle is.
But I like it. I can't eat it because I should stay away from gluten, and beef fucks me up.
Also, hey, Chris. Chris knows what's up.
Howdy do.
Toyota Matrix. Like,
No, they're
good
tanks.
cars.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
like,
there's a
that's-
reason that. Yeah, I mean,
has
there's a
its
reason the
problems.
2005 one is still going. So,
It's
yeah.
over 20 years old. Like, no, you can get if you take care of it easily over 200,000, like close to 300,000 potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway, White Castle is a grease bomb. Is it the place where the term slider came from?
I think so. Yeah. But yeah, they're sliders, so like they're small burgers. But apparently also part of the way they make the burgers is they actually like have like small holes punched in the little beef patty and they put onions in it in those holes.
Yeah, it's cooked on a steam tray. It's like steam fried or some shit.
Yeah, it's weird, but I've never
Wait, so-
actually had one. I've smelled them and they smell awful.
Are you kidding
But-
me? In college, like there wasn't a drunk night where you're like, man, I need something greasy. So they cook. There's like 5 dots punched out of the square burger, and that's put on the thing. And after they flip it, they put onions on top, and so the onions are like cooked into that fucking burger, and at the same time, the buns they put on top, so they're steamed and soak up the grease from the onions have soaked up from the burger.
Mm-hmm.
And you never eat just one unless you're a fucking freak like Kyle's about to say.
Right. Oh, so I forgot about this movie. So apparently it is pretty widespread because they actually made a movie about it. So, okay.
Yeah, cool. But I know it has like tentacles in certain parts of the country.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or as we like to call it, Whitey Cassell's or El Castillo Blanco.
Yeah, they got real popular during the Great Depression. My first serious girlfriend's family's cat loved beef liver, and only went this kind of crazy for liver and for White Castles, which would make sense if it was if it got real big in the Great Depression, because they would have mixed organ meat in with the beef to make it go further.
Yeah, but real quick, like a big depression meal, Great Depression. I mean, it works both ways.
Yeah, no, but they did start during the Great Depression. Like that's where they got big and popular. When beef rations were a thing, which is probably why there's holes punched in them.
Yeah, it's filled with onion. Yeah. Ooh, barbecuing salmon.
Ooh, that's difficult. It always sticks to the foil for me, and I don't have one of those fancy like fish cage things. You put it and flip it.
Can you bring some down to Cincy? I mean, we'll be up for a while, so.
Yeah, grilled salmon is really good.
Yeah.
You would, Canadian.
What?
I don't know. It just sounded like a really Canadian thing to do.
Barbecuing salmon, is that the new stereotype?
You all lost the Olympics to a bunch of fucking American rednecks.
Yeah, and they did not do themselves proud after. But anyway.
The best chodes we had to offer.
I mean, I was just proud because it was a Columbus Blue Jacket that had the assist on the winning goal.
Did he go to the White House? Was he one of the ones that skipped?
He was not one of the ones that skipped, so I was very disappointed. But yeah, Zach Werenski, it's like, I used to like him, but now I'm not so sure. So...
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. You can just bring it to me. Matt won't mind. Right?
Dude, it'd be super gross by the time it got here. I've had this fish in my pocket for... I've had this fish in my pocket since Canada.
I'm just imagining him like coming across the border with that in his pocket. Like, what they probably think, oh, he's Canadian. Of course, this is in his pocket. So.
If you're Canadian, they consider fish in your pocket carry on.
They actually might be more concerned if you didn't have that. They'd be like, wait, what's going on here? This is suspicious.
That's how they know you're not a terrorist.
So yeah. So anytime, Kip. Anytime.
Like restaurant
fish in your
where
pocket?
You have to have
That's
a
the whitest
bag.
fucking thing I've ever seen. You must be cool.
And Canadian. No.
Your bag because of how greasy and disgusting that it gets. Every Saturday, my dad and I would go to White Castle together and we'd get a slider.
You know that shit's cold.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking cold in that atrium. That is no longer warm.
Yeah.
He's eating like a congealed slider. Going, Weirdo.
Yeah.
Of the fire
So he
to
can make
win
all these
another
eating
piece prize for
noises now.
chemistry and probably also physics. Because my dad loved White Castle, I love White Castle, and because I love...
You can tell he's doing like a very exaggerated "I'm eating now" noise. Yeah,
I know, man.
Well, for the guys,
Kyle, be authentic.
Please. Like somebody at that church, just goddamn.
This is me acting authentic.
I mean, I can relate to that, like as an autistic, or as I prefer, autastic person.
Sure, but you wouldn't pull this shit.
Right.
You're like, when I'm going to take a step backward in authenticity and then try to be authentic, it's hard enough regular.
Both. I mean, I'm assuming Kip would also be pleased to see me if he was bringing me salmon, but
That's
yeah.
weird, though. I mean,
Yeah.
because there's an odor with that, too. That just makes that gross.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, if you're into that, then, you know.
Yeah, we get that. Hey, some people like pocket fish.
Kip is one of them people. So, apparently. I love how we made this whole scenario up and then decided Kip was into it. So,
Oh, yeah. And then get like, there's like some little built-in frustration that he took it too far.
yeah, come on, Kip. What is wrong with you? Jeez, boundaries, man.
All right, loosely related. I had a roommate when I was in a paid internship in college, and person's name was Fletcher. Fletcher. Okay, I gotta say the person's whole name. No, I won't. Just imagine the last name is awesome with the first, and not for the reasons you're imagining. And like when somebody had their hand in their pocket and they were rooting for things, it was a masturbation joke. But he'd say, "What you doing? Making change, nickel nuts?"
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
"That's good,
you fucking asshole," and you laugh too.
right? Like you do.
You're like, "I'm jerking off." Like that's you like end up kind of playing along with it. Fucking weirdo.
Or maybe just start actually jerking off. See what he does then. Like, haha, take that.
He wore a breathe-right strip to work because he thought it looked like he had a broken nose, but he also knew he didn't, and he liked that it irritated and confused people. It's like, tell me you're demand avoidant autistic without telling me you are.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like something I might do, or my older brother has definitely done things like that.
He got fired from his paid internship for mostly being a weirdo. That like never happens. People get fired from a paid internship through this program.
Yeah.
They're like, no thanks. was kind of what they told him. And he's like, why? And they're like, no thank you.
Just gestures vaguely. Hey, a mother of dragons is never late, or something like that.
No, because of the dragons. I mean, I think you make the rules when you've got the dragons.
Pretty much. So thanks for showing up at any point. That is always appreciated. All right,
Fletcher. No, I was not.
All right.
Well, now I want to a backstory for him.
Ooh. Also, is anyone actually doing an epitaph? Like, let me know. Like, I know we haven't actually gotten to it yet.
I'm doing it in my head because I refuse to follow instructions as stated.
Yep, makes sense.
White Castle. Mal, my 7-year-old daughter Gracie loves White Castle.
What'd you
Don't
do?
believe me? Take her word for it. Check it out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So
put your actual fucking kid on the internet, you weirdo.
Yeah. So I'm going to skip this part. So of course, why is it now pausing on her face?
He basically is just like, no, I'll prove it, and does a thing. And he's clearly not there. He's on the phone. It sounds like he's coming through the phone, and that's just weird.
So I love how like the way YouTube's deciding to be tonight, where I'm intentionally trying to skip the little girl on screen, and it's just freezing.
Well, it is in league with the president who loves to linger on younger people.
Yeah. All right. This is better, right?
Sure.
Anyway.
Dad's legacy, and now part of mine. People choosing to eat White Castle on purpose when they're not even hungover.
Dude, swallow your shit. How are you still making mouth noises?
Eating a slider.
Yeah, it's like they cut away. Like there was a cut. Like he could have used that cut to like finish eating and come back like not eating anymore.
And it's one bite he took. And he's still working on it, you freak.
Yeah. I mean, come on. He's a cool dad. Likes White Castle, has kids, rolls up his sleeves. I mean, I got one of those. So, but I'm cool.
I don't know. It's one of those things when people with money slum it and have White Castle. It bothers me a little bit. Because the rest of the people who are in the White Castle, doesn't matter where the White Castle is, most of the people in there are like working class people, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Telling his friends, this is what my ancestors did. There'll probably be some amazing ritual or ceremony by them. No, I know it's strange.
No.
It is.
You're an ancestor. Here's the thing though. You can be a good ancestor or a bad ancestor. Exodus 20 puts it this way. God says, I, the Lord your God.
Also, so now we're like continuing the trend of why did you pick this verse? For this?
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
I played along when I listened to it, and I'm like, yeah, it kind of works, but
yeah. So, but let's listen
kinda,
to how.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a thing. I was so amused, but yeah.
God am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. Now you might be like, that sounds really severe. And I get it, but hang on for a second. What this verse says overall is that you either have a positive impact or a negative impact on the
Right, so
That was the important part.
And here, I'll back it up just so we see it on screen here. Talking about like visiting the sin, punishing the children for the sin of the parents. Even though I thought we were told that like God doesn't do that. Like your punishment is like just for you. Like because a lot of Christians these days hate this whole idea of like collective punishment or people like certain people being punished for something that somebody else did and why that's obviously bad. Even though God is literally saying that's what he does here.
Yeah.
But
also, I see your White Castle tourist comment over there. That's good.
What? Oh.
Yeah. The rich people going to the...
Mm-hmm.
I'm not out of touch. I still like White Castle.
Also, see, the good ancestor is the ancestor who passes down the Jesus and God things.
Which won't be specified.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's a lot of vagaries in this.
Like, it's super important. We won't tell you what it is.
Right. So, but to drive home this point, like, so they're like, okay, well, we need to go to the Bible somewhere to get.
Do it now.
Do
it now.
Yeah. But we need to get it from somewhere that actually, like, to try to back up the point that we want to make. Now, what's a Bible verse that could possibly do that in some way? And if you remember before in the Rock Solid series, I think especially Kyle was like really bad at presenting scriptures that either just did not say what he was trying to express or was not the best Bible verse to do that, because there was the one where where they were talking about giving, when he shared a verse saying like how like God will repay like whatever you give like so many times over, but then he immediately had to go with, oh, but this isn't about just giving so you get something back. I was like, okay, but that's literally the verse you gave. And that's what that verse's message actually was. So many other verses you could have chosen that don't talk about what you get back for giving, or like where Paul just talks about God just loves a cheerful giver and like just give like from your heart. Like should have gone with that, but no, they went with the one that specifically had the thing that he immediately had to walk back.
And weird they went Old Testament with this. Although I guess it makes sense because this legacy and ancestors and like, I don't know, like there was like this Old Testament weird cultural appropriation of midrash thing, story form life that they were doing. And it was all about legacy and spiritual ancestors. And it was, I was in it twice. Glad that's out of my system.
Right. But wait, Kip. Like, so you got to take this in context, and that means like the context of the whole Bible as one univocal thing. So, if Exodus says this, it just sounds like Ezekiel's repealing that, but that's not what it really means. You have to take Ezekiel in the context of Exodus, or if you're preaching a message trying to say the opposite, where God doesn't do this, then you got to take this Exodus thing in the context of Ezekiel to see what Exodus is really saying. It's not what it seems like on the surface. You got to dig deeper, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Use that Bible degree that you apparently have.
So it's all vibes. essentially.
But yes, noise ending summed up, like, this is my feelings on how he presented this perfectly. Like, that sounds psychologically abusive. It is, but hold up.
I know it's kind of like a Seinfeld reference where they like, you yada yada whatever, and it's like, no, he hand waved yada yada. Sure. The third and fourth generations, innocent punished. I understand, and then he moves on. Also, this
that's how you spell univocal. Thank you. Always wondered.
Also, this doesn't make any sense, because what if the father does great things, right? And his like generations are blessed, 1,000 or whatever. But like, what if like most of them are assholes? Do their descendants, does it now override the 1,000 generation blessing?
Yeah. So say you're like, 20 generations into 1,000-year blessing, but you're terrible. So does it like just do your 3 following and then go right back to the 1,000 of blessing, or did you just like reset the whole thing? How does this work?
I'm sure that's what it is. You didn't reset the whole thing. You just fucked your own descendants for 3 to 4 generations. No, but their cousins, like your kids' cousins, they're doing fine.
Oh, okay. But so then after your 3 generations, like we now join our regularly scheduled blessing and already in progress. Or something.
Well, no, you couldn't undo the Lord's punishment, but what you could do is, I'm having kind of like Christian fraternity flashbacks here. But what probably happens is it's like 1,000 plus whatever your place is in that like 3rd to 4th gen, 3 to 4. Why not be specific? Seems important.
Well, he says to the 3rd and 4th, so that means it skips the 2nd.
Well, it'd be through the 1st and 2nd, right? So it's like up until the 3rd and even 4th. He threw on the 4th just to be.
Wait, wait. So the children are the 2nd, because to the parents who sin, so they're the 1st, and he's punishing the children, which is the 2nd, then on to the 3rd and 4th. Okay, I get it. Okay.
Yeah,
my bad.
So like you're paying it forward if you're in like the cursed generations, and like you're great, okay, but the blessings won't happen for your kids because they're still going to be in like the shit on time frame. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but also like Kip or anyone else, correct me if I'm wrong. Like when numbers are used like this in the Old Testament and even the New Testament, oftentimes,
it's not literal.
They're often symbolic. Like I think thousands is usually just meant for like just a lot. Like it's not supposed to be like a literal 1,000. Like it's just a lot. Or I mean,
but still seems important.
Yeah.
No, like knowing when you're the generation that's just gonna be fucked over. Like, you can plan ahead.
Yeah, so I thought God was about redemption. Like, what the fuck is this?
Like, don't bother learning a trade.
Yeah.
You're all going to be sterile. You're all going to die early.
Like, you're all just basically just a couple generations of Eeyores. Like, no, it's fine. I guess this is just what always happens to me.
Dude, was Eeyore Jewish? The reason why I say that is because a lot of like originally famous comics, like the ones that actually made it big, were a lot of them were Jewish, because there was something about like the self-deprecation and the making fun of all the shitty things that like really appealed to a lot of people. So that's why I'm saying that, not because.
Right. Anyway, but. Yeah, weirdly, David did all that murdering and adultery, and his kid that got to be king. But it's okay. Another one of his kids was killed.
But it was okay. He did those terrible things because he was always a man after God's own heart. Which doesn't that mean God's terrible? Also, sometimes.
Yes, that's how I interpret that.
God is capable of terrible things.
All right, but let's hear how Kyle is interpreting this again.
And keep my commandments. Now you might be like, that sounds really severe. And I get it, but hang on for a second. What this verse says overall is that you either have a positive impact or a negative impact on the generations, plural, that come after you, not just your.
So
he's like, so basically, saying like, yeah, this says that God is doing a horrible thing, but don't focus on that part. Just focus on the point that I'm trying to make in this. So, but what that tells me is either this was, again, like, why did you choose this verse to express this idea if it included something you're going to have to like kind of walk back or just tell people to ignore because that obviously sounds terrible? Or is it that there are no other verses in the Bible that actually just say the point that you're trying to make? So this was the only one you had.
Oh.
So you're like, oh, but we still have to walk that back because, believe it or not, sometimes the points that churches try to put across in their sermons aren't actually biblical. So they have to make shit up or just tell you to ignore certain parts.
Also, Ember's stalking us from Facebook again.
Like, damn it, again?
And fuck, I lost my train of thought.
But yeah, but you see what I'm saying here? It's like it's either they're bad at picking verses or they're bad at picking topics that the Bible actually supports, and they have to pick these crappy verses that they include things that they have to, well, but ignore this part, and well, you see, that's not really saying that. It's really about this. Like,
no, okay, I know this was a few years ago, so AI definitely wasn't as big a thing. Shit, that is crazy that it was only that few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're like, hey, I could have written this sermon better for you. That's crazy. Like,
yeah,
we were glad Clippy was
For
dead
real.
4 years ago.
we're
Remember?
glad what?
Clippy was dead. Remember
Clippy.
Clippy on MS Word would pop up and be like,
Oh, the
looks
little
like you need
paperclip,
help
yeah.
with, and it was
Yeah.
never right.
Yeah, it looks like you need to fuck off, Clippy.
So I think at this time they're not asking someone who knows the Bible. They're definitely looking at Bible Gateway, and you know that website.
Mm-hmm.
You put in a topic, and it says all these relate. So this is probably picked out of a list of other ones that related better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like this. It's like part of me is like this either was not the best choice, or if this was the best choice, that shows how weak your point is. If this is what you have to resort to, so including something like, oh, we got to walk back the thing that it says that's clearly bad, but don't focus on that part. Just kind of hand wave that away, and yeah, just focus on So literally, Kyle is saying, don't focus on what the Bible is actually saying. Focus on what I'm saying about what the Bible is saying.
Slippery slope, Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
I think you became an atheist and you're in the craziest denial about it.
Sounds like someone's doing the deconstructing. Anyway.
You know, there's also a possibility they're not as good at this as we thought at the time.
That is also probably very true. Yes.
Children's children. But get this, God says he will actually limit the negative to just 3 or 4 generations, but increase the positive for 1,000 generations. That's incredible news. Incredible news. Now, a negative legacy is called infamy. You don't want to be that. A positive legacy is called leaving an inheritance. So it determines whether you leave infamy or leave an inheritance. It's what you do in your dash. The dash is that little bar that comes between the date that says when you were born and the date that says when you'll die. Now, the average dash for an American woman is 81 years. The average dash for an American man is 5 less than that, 76, which both proves that women are smarter than men and that no matter who you are and how successful you are.
I love the little like deprecating humor there for men. That was cute and perfunctory. But like, yes, you also, fantastic point for member, you can do both or neither. Yes.
What was
it is your life after the being like infamy or inheritance.
Yeah.
So,
no, binary. They're big on strawman binaries.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And there's a big one coming up later. I don't remember exactly when, but
how big is it? Yeah, it's like it's like a longevity dick measuring contest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if women are smarter than men, why aren't women giving these talks? Yes.
Well, no, they have one of those. They have a women's that is one of the assistant pastors, and maybe we'll play one of hers sometime. They're usually not good. We'd have to play a main stage one because she does not translate well to internet.
Yeah.
So they never put her on the online one.
Yeah, well, they did, and it didn't go well. But speaking of like being out of touch and like showing what tax bracket we're in, I think I mentioned this before. This is one where this was during COVID, where they were like doing their sermons like just on different locations or whatever. Yeah. And she was like, "I'm here at one of my favorite restaurants," and like she didn't say what it was, but you could tell like it was, for people who know Cincinnati, it was the Precinct, like one of the most expensive restaurants in the city.
And you can tell because it's right on this corner, and if you've ever driven that direction on Columbia Parkway, it's like this landmark right on the corner. It's an old police station, and it has these like dark blue neon lights in the window, and so like you can kind of see that from the inside. And it's like that shaped window that's right on the corner there.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff Ruby is the Precinct is the Jeff Ruby Steakhouse, which is I don't know if it's a thing in other parts of the country, but here it means super expensive. It's the best beef in the city.
Yeah, and she's like, "This is one of my favorite restaurants," and we're like, "Oh, so relatable."
Do I go there often? Do you?
Yeah, especially now during COVID, when a lot of us like just lost our jobs and can't afford to. Even if we were allowed to eat out, we couldn't afford it anyway. So, especially not there, even when I did have a job.
And how important are you that they let you film in part of the dining room? Like, Did you purchase that? Like, did you rent that space out? That ain't cheap. Or do they know somebody who knows somebody, and they're like, we's also a Christian, and like, do the Jesus thing for free here. Can we write it off our taxes? Cool.
Mm-hmm.
We did a nonprofit.
Yay for Jesus.
That little dash doesn't last forever. Psalm 144 puts it this way: Lord, what are human beings that you care for them? Mere mortals that you think of them. They're like a breath. Their days are like a fleeting shadow.
Which, again, is this also the best verse for this? Because there are verses that say, like, life is like a vapor. But no, they had to add, Lord, why do humans matter to you? That seems ridiculous. Like, can they not pick a verse that just says the one thing they're trying to say without some other bullshit?
Also, like, if life is like a breath, then what the hell is important about having a legacy? Sounds like it doesn't affect much.
Is this a subtle dig? Are you trying to say something, David? But it's okay because then I immediately paused it right after. So, got you again. So, all right. But
yeah, imagine if anybody's trying to do this for real.
But yeah, like I said, I just cannot get over their verse selection and how horrible it is.
No, and it happens.
So when is the right time to think about the 4 lines you'll leave behind? The answer is right now, because your life isn't going to last forever. Your dash
Now's your time,
small
David.
And fleeting. Time is now.
Your dash is
first
small.
Of those 4 questions.
So my dash was bigger earlier when I was talking about.
Your dash is small.
But he was saying the women's dashes are bigger.
Women's dashes are bigger.
What are we talking about? I guess
how did nobody catch the penis, the like implied penis references?
Yeah,
it's kind of their humor.
I guess
it's not Kyle's humor. Come on, he's clearly all about the vagina.
Want to go on a rant about the genetics of why people with Y chromosomes live less long than people with 2 X's? I won't. Hey. So,
yeah, men would like to think.
And another news that literally nobody else cares about. Thank you, Kip. Go Ducks, I guess. Anyway,
so
it is cold in the atrium. That's why I get it.
Yeah,
that's it. This is actually profound. It's not about the length of the dash. It's what you do with it. It's
very important.
Oh, that's good because there's the entendre and it's actually deep.
Also, I'll bet more people.
Just cracking myself up here.
I'll bet more guys than not. Sorry, I was focused on this. I'll bet more guys than not who go to this church think part of the reason why men don't live as long is because they're more awesome.
Or they're more adventurous and taking more risks.
Right. It's because they do all these great things, right? Men have all these vices, right? Like the drinking, the smoking, the cigars sometimes.
Yeah.
They never talk about weed. Weed is right out.
Yeah. Come on.
It's the devil's lettuce because the head pastor was not in control of himself when he smoked weed. And so therefore, the focus of the church is weed is wrong. It's not like drinking. Because when you smoke weed, you're not in control of yourself. It's like, you do less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you're still pretty in charge of what you're not doing. And I mean, people make great decisions all the time on alcohol.
Right. So if only God did the real, then someone else would care. But he does not.
God cares. Lol.
Questions that define the 4 lines is this. Who are you? And by that I mean, who are you really? Like, are you good? Are you bad? Are you an optimist, a pessimist? Are you an individual?
Hold on. Getting a little reckless with that. Like, because some people do think they're bad. And that's a triggering thing for them. Like, are you good or are you bad? I'm bad. And a bunch of like potential trauma triggers for people.
Yeah, but they don't care about that.
No, take it lightly. It's a sermon.
There you go.
Part of a bigger whole. Is your life?
Oh, by the way, I think this is the first question on
part of a bigger whole. Hey, Kyle.
Yeah. Oh, well, speaking of that.
What? Because
I'll be part of your bigger hole. What?
Huh.
So
are you saying that because of the hockey comments, Kip, or is that just because of we're making fun of?
Ooh.
I mean, if there is a hell and it follows the rules of Kyle, then yeah, we are.
Speaking of the bigger hole. Anyway, so I think this is the first question you're supposed to be filling out on your epitaph. If you're following along.
There's a picture of Kyle going, ah.
Can someone clip that too? Anyway. But so if you're filling out your epitaphs, I think this is the first question that you're supposed to be answering here.
Bad? Or are you an optimist, a pessimist? Are you an individual? Are you part of a bigger whole? Is your life just the complete story? Or is it just one chapter in a much larger?
Okay, part of the whole, part of like the Great United with everything. That's what he's going for. Part of the bigger whole. Not clear enough. I'm an optimist. Not optimist. I'm an optimist because that's what it sounded to me like he said.
Yep, like Optimus Prime.
All right.
Yep.
I'm Optimus Matt. Look out.
I dig it. What
do I transform into?
I don't know. If it's Optimus, well, if you're Optimus Matt, and if you're Matt right now, it sounds like you've already transformed. So what did you transform from to be Optimus Matt?
Okay, I transformed from not my first car, but maybe my most awesome car for all the wrong reasons. It was like a special edition, no frills Ford Escort station wagon. But what was special about it was it had like this deep red interior. And so it looked like it was like an evil Ford Escort station wagon. And so it looked like it should have had like a more powerful engine for a station wagon. And there was like a red stripe down the side too that was factory. It looked like a badass version of lame, but no, it was just regular with fancy colors.
Yeah, but speaking of escorts, not that kind. But first, like I'm on to my second actual beer. I'm back with the Black Raja Black IPA. This is like becoming like one of my favorites. Like I just keep getting it all the time.
What about White History Month? He said Black Raja.
Anyway, but speaking of Ford Escorts, my dad actually drove Ford Escorts. Like when he was a doctor, he very much could have afforded much nicer cars, but he just didn't.
They were good, shitty cars.
Yeah, but he had fun with it, like parking in the doctor's driving lot, like in between like Mercedes and like Lexuses or whatever. He's like,
so he had the hatchback.
Like, yeah, it wasn't a station wagon; it was a hatchback. But yeah, he said he loved parking in front of like much fancier cars. Like, it's great. Like, I never lock my door, so he would have fun with it sometimes. Like, I'll even like leave change out on my dashboard. Like, still no one touches it. And so one time he actually got a ticket for parking in the doctor's lot from like a new security guard. Oh, it's good times. But yes, Kip. Did you just click on it when I did?
Yeah, I meant to click on a different one.
No, but yes, you could, and let us know what it is. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
Before that, Kip was like, see, the trick is to keep the temperature low, but I can't figure out what he's talking about. I scrolled back.
And I love that.
So me as the Pontiac Fiero, I did always want to like have one of those. Like, they were terrible cars because they overheated and shit. Because it was a rear engine, like 2-seater, but there was nothing really like helping to like force air to the engine.
All right, so getting back to Kyle, looks like he's had enough of the tiny measurements, and now he's back to this. It grew.
It's a fish story.
Yes, the salmon.
The whole.
Beginning to doubt Matt's claim that drunk people make good decisions.
No, they do not.
But I do get louder. Anyway.
Larger work? And all of those answers, by the way, are actually determined by your answer to this one overarching question. Are you who you say you are, or are you...
And that sounds good, right? That sounds like the good option.
Right, that's what I'm going for. Not who I say.
Yeah.
No. Okay, I think it's better to be who you are instead of who you say you are, because sometimes who we say and think we are is wrong. And that's how we were told we were.
Yeah, but I think it's maybe the goal is to say who you are. So that way you can be who you say you are, because what you say is who you are.
Oh, you fixed it. Okay, so, yeah.
You're welcome, everybody. See, Kip agrees with something. I'm pretending it's me. All right. So let's make sure we get the full thrust. As Kyle's winding up for her here, I assume.
This one overarching question. Are you who you say you are, or are you who God says you are? And really, the two choices here are the
Damn it.
But earlier you said, be who we want to be.
Right. This was supposed to be, this was supposed to be about what we want. Now all of a sudden it's about what God wants. I mean, come on, Kyle. God doesn't even exist. What's wrong with you? Oh,
it's a bait and switch. This feels like a bait and switch.
Yeah, but I feel like it's not even intentional. I feel like, because like I said, there's so many things in this sermon that are like, take it out of the whole like context of being a sermon and like in a Christian church. And there is some actual good advice, but they keep having to ruin it by when they remember, oh yeah, this is a sermon. We got to work in the Bible and Jesus stuff. So when he said it should be about what you want, like I felt like that is genuine, because he knows just as a human being, that is a good thing. And they want this message to be about good things. But then he got to this part and he's like, oh, but it's really got to be about God, right? So I don't think it was even
right, because
like
what
being intentionally duplicitous or anything. I think it's just like what we heard earlier about making about what you want. That was the genuine. And this is but this is a church and it's a sermon. We have to make it about God. So they kind of just cram that in there.
So then there's that thing they always do where like what you really want is what God wants. Like, everybody who doesn't believe is intentionally sinning because they want to, because like they really know what they should be doing, but they don't want to. That's
Yep. But yes, Melly, you did just get your answer on that. So they are not LGBT
correct
affirming, but they will let you attend and they'll take your money.
But if you want to get more involved, like yourself, there's limits to that. They will not marry you. In fact,
I want to go with the guy with the taco truck. He sounds like my people.
Ooh.
So, all right.
I have never
But
come
yes.
across a food truck. Somebody who works at a food truck who's an asshole. It seems to kind of like the whole thing is kind of self-selects for
people who like being around people. And
yeah. Well, there was that one like Asian fusion truck lady, and I just couldn't tell.
That could be the tism.
So I think there's but I also think there's like different cultural ways to be away. Like there's things that like in China, for example, like ways of behaving in a certain situation that is considered like respectful and or kind, but like here behaving that way in a certain situation, we're like, that's not how that's done. I'm confused. I think that was my problem.
Makes sense. Yeah. All right. I guess that's enough making sense. Back to Kyle.
Limited view or God's view? And I say limited because when you decide who you are, you're limited to just a few things. Some people...
Sorry, I forgot that YouTube is doing this tonight.
You're limited. It's just a few things.
Yeah, see, so I was trying to back one because I wanted to establish like this false dichotomy here. It's like your view is limited, but if you don't want a limited view, you got to go with God's view. So, damn it. All right. Here,
food trucks guy being MAGA assholes. Oh, I can totally see that happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, just bringing us back here while my computer...
Also, is Ember in charge of food trucks for Comic-Con? Is that what's happening?
Ooh.
Yeah, there's a whole get her done bootstraps effect I could see happening.
So, but if Ember's doing a Comic-Con, I am interested.
Yeah.
So... say more. All right. So YouTube is still thinking.
What kind of food truck was it? What was it, like redneck adjacent shit? Was it like a burger place? Or was it like a taco truck?
Ooh. Watertown, New York Comic-Con, June 6th and 7th.
Huh. Is that upstate? Upstate's awesome. I've not been to the part of New York that is the city of New York. Aaron did. All right, listen to this. My wife, when she was working at one of her last jobs in IT support, she was working at Procter & Gamble, and she was like Bob McDonald, one of the former CEOs of Procter & Gamble. So Aaron did IT support, like concierge type support for top level executives, including the CEO and his admin. She got a letter of recommendation from Bob McDonald to work at Crossroads, and it was like her gold ticket to kind of anywhere she wanted to work, basically, if they believed it was real. Because he was like, Aaron's awesome, she does all these things great. Bob McDonald, CEO of Procter & Gamble. But one of the things she did before she stopped working there was they had like this big, like, we're going to fix the plastic problem, said all the CEOs of these places that won't. But they had this big meeting in this conference room at the New York Stock Exchange, and Aaron was like the point person to make sure the IT support was working well there for the top executive from Procter & Gamble. And I think running IT support at kind of the meeting in general. And people were like, this is a big fucking deal. You're going to this thing with all the CEOs of all these like Fortune 500 companies, and you're like in charge of making sure the IT works well at the New York fucking Stock Exchange. And she's like, is it a big deal? She sent
exactly what she sounds like.
Yeah, she sent me these pictures of like, this skylight is super old and super fancy for some reason. Like, she's telling me what the tour people said. It's just like, I don't know, it looks fine.
It's fine. Yeah.
I was like, that's exactly why you're there, because you're not kissing everybody's ass while you're there. Like, you just like,
Yep.
yeah, that's Bob. It's just Bob. He's nice most of the time.
All right. Well, Kyle's back. So
Hello, Kyle.
The limited view or God's view? And I say limited because when you decide who you are, you're limited to just a few things. Some people.
Oh, just a few things. You mean the things that I want?
I'm limited to just me. Thanks, Kyle.
Like, damn.
People let themselves be limited by painful experiences or the hurtful words that are said to them. Some by the actual.
People are limited by their painful experiences. So if your trauma is a problem for you, that's your fault for being limited by them.
Yeah, and also, like, even if you're not saying that it's your fault, it's like, so, like, why would you feel the need to phrase it that way? It's like, oh, this is limiting you, like, because that's exactly what people in trauma need to hear,
right? Because of course it is.
right?
Also, he's like saying, I'm not saying it's your fault it happened. I'm saying it's your fault it bothers you so much.
And now this is going to limit you, so therefore, this is why what you want is no longer an option.
Yeah, submit to the mind grape. You know you want it.
Yeah, it's that's just so fucked up because they're like, they invent this God who they say is perfect, so therefore all they have to do is point out any imperfection in you, which of course they're going to find because we're people, we have imperfections. So then therefore they can just use whatever imperfection they find to just completely write you off as an option as far as what your life should be based on. So you're like, oh, see, you're not perfect, therefore just go with God. You know, that's just how it's got to be.
God can do everything except the things he isn't because it's your fault.
Right.
Which would also be a great description of God not happening.
Right. Man, it's so mysterious, Matt.
But the feels, Tommy. The feels set me free.
Yeah, that's right.
I got the feels in my mind spirit.
I can feel it in my dash. Yeah.
I can feel my dash growing. My longevity.
Well, if it's growing for more than 4 hours, seek medical attention. So
I can feel my legacy growing.
Oh,
for some reason,
it's like I think my legacy is getting harder. Is that normal?
For some reason, a penis puppet in my head just went, just call me Captain Legacy. It had googly eyes, but only one of them swirled when he bobbled.
I'm seeing colors.
Oh, my dad's proud. What a legacy.
Oh, man. Oh, the wholesome content you did miss. Just
Wait
now.
for it. You're a few seconds behind.
Yeah. Oh. There's an image. Thank you, Matt.
Do you think Pepe the Shrimp was there like, well, we can't do a penis puppet with the Muppets, you know? And Pepe.
That's exactly what Pepe.
That's exactly a penis name. Pepe the penis.
It's like, well, it's a shrimp. Like, it's like who decided on shrimp? Like, that sounds insulting. Anyway. All right. I can do this.
Limits that they have. For me, I used to think that who I was is somebody whose mind didn't work right. because I could never remember basic things, and I always lost track of time. As a kid and as an adult, I would get so hyper-focused on whatever I was doing that I literally couldn't hear anything else. People would come up and like, Kyle, nothing. Thought my mind didn't work right. Now, years later, I know that.
Just didn't notice like the camera like started to pan down. Like, oh, is it time for a pec shot? Oh, nope. Okay.
Cameraman was like, "Oh, it's getting deep. I'm bored."
Yeah, I back it up, but that's kind of dangerous tonight. So
I have some form of ADHD. It's a limit that I could choose to have define me.
Limit, you say, you fucker.
Yeah. Okay, but before we get into the pissed off, like
that's about it.
Let's do a happy. It's like Kip is enjoying a Granville Island winter ale. Ooh, there was frost on the ground yesterday. Were those supposed to be connected sentences, or are you just?
Well, I know, frost on the ground, you got to have a winter ale.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I mean, any reason is a good reason.
Tried to pray it away, and it didn't work. So therefore, he's inadequate. So he's got to go with God. But yeah, that's like, it pissed me off that he's using ADHD or just any kind of neurodivergence. Like, oh, see, this is a reason why people are bad and limited. Because some of our brains just work differently, and I'm going to call it a problem. Therefore, we need God.
It's not.
So,
I mean, okay, like it's a different way of. Okay, first of all, I don't like it being called attention deficit disorder because it's not an attention deficit. It's. I think we're more aware of what our brains are like. Everybody's brains are doing the same kinds of things ours are doing. We're just more aware of it. Like we suddenly become aware of the background thought processes that are running. Like somebody sees something, and for sure, like they see something blue, right? And so like parts of their brain are going blueberry, and like they take that train of thought as far as it's useful, and then drops it. But like, I think we're just,
or as far as it's entertaining, which is a kind of useful, but yeah.
I think we're just more aware of all that shit that's going on, and sometimes that's great because we do a lot of creative shit. Or say ridiculous things. And and sometimes it makes certain like neurotypical coded stuff more difficult.
Oh yes, neurospicy. That's a favorite term.
Yeah,
but I would say if there is any sort of deficit in attention, it's only a deficit in attention in what most normal people think we should have our attention on. Like that's where they see the deficit. Like they don't see what our attention is actually in abundance and what positive is right. Like, oh, you're not paying attention to the thing that I think you should be paying attention to. Therefore, this is a deficit and you're wrong.
It's like, fucker, let me focus on this. I will solve all of its problems. You know what I mean? Right. They're like, no, you need to learn a little bit about all the things. You can't have your special interest. You can't become an expert in something, heaven forbid.
Right.
How do you know you want to be an expert in that? First, you need to know all about all the things you don't care about.
And make sure you love the whole thing. Yes. But yeah, neurosparkly. I like that. Sometimes sometimes for me, neurodivergence does feel more sparkly than spicy. But yeah, that's good. I'm gonna use that. Thank you, Ember. So, brain is powered by squirrels and hamster wheels. The squirrels have been given caffeine, and someone forgot to lock the cages. It's like, and also, what happened to the hamsters? It's like, what did the squirrels do to the hamsters to commandeer their wheels?
That reminds me, we took my kids to look at this new school that got started for kids that have demand avoidant challenges. And whose needs weren't being met anywhere else in Cincinnati, because Cincinnati is conservative in kind of like all the ways. And I was talking to Owen last night, and he's like, I said, first I had to clear the conversation to make sure it was okay, because I didn't want to like set him off, because sometimes he's thinking about something, he's thinking about it, figuring it out, and he doesn't want to talk about it yet, because it's not done percolating. And so I wanted to make sure. And as we talked about that, and he's like, yeah, sure. And I said, how'd you like it? He's like, I liked it. And he said, seemed like anarchy. It was like, Yeah. And I was like, yeah, it was kind of like they were doing all the things that don't work for you, the opposite of that on purpose. He's like, yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, we still have a lot of this video to get through.
Okay, let's let him cook.
What about you? Is there some limit in your life that wants you to believe it's who you are? Is it ADHD like me? Maybe it's anxiety. You ever said out loud, I'm just a worried person.
Yeah, now let's pick on the people with anxiety. Like, dude, what the fuck are we doing? Like,
And no one says I'm just a worried person. They're like, I struggle with anxiety. That's just who I am. Some people do that.
yeah.
I'm a worried word.
But yeah, this seems like just such a cheap tactic. Like, oh, see, we can point out things that are perceived as flaws in people. Therefore, you're not perfect. Therefore, you can't rely on yourself. See, checkmate. It's like, no, some people are just like this, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
he's trying to.
It doesn't mean we need your God. That's
This is
not
the part where they
other.
stir the pot on purpose, so that the worship leader gets you right in the God hole that they just made.
That tracks, I suppose. Yeah.
Does anybody else think some of the most neurotypical people seem like the most NPC of all of us? You're like I do the car payments very well. I have a job that I love where I go and do things for no reason, and they pay me well, and I come home and I watch streaming television. And do you like anything on there? I don't remember what I watched. I was not really into anything I saw, but I did it anyway. And then I got up for work where I'm not sure I like it, but I went because that's what feels whole. And you're like, oh my God, people are robots for the most part.
Yeah. Yep. It's weird. They're weird. Damn it.
Just anxious all the time. All of that stuff is limiting. Listen, even if you let your accomplishments define you, you're limited to only what you can do.
Well, he's like, but don't let you think, even if you're an awesome person, you're still limited. It's like, you don't get away either. It's like, like, okay, if so basically the framing is just this completely unfalsifiable. Well, no matter what you are, you're not good enough. It just doesn't matter because you just need the God. So,
Man, that's rough. The real Melly. By the pastor saying like anxiety is sinful because you're not trusting God with your worries. That's all. That's heavily implied with a bunch of stuff that we were exposed to, but not said. Which I think is worse, where they get you to do their dirty work in your head. Fuckers.
Ooh, I like your therapist. That sounds amazing. Oh man.
Yeah. They think this is
fuck yeah
how you drive your point home. They don't know they're being damaging, and they also aren't concerned.
Yep.
Because they're following the Bible. Your information about what is actually helpful or harmful for people is irrelevant because the Bible did not cover it.
Yes. So this is what the Bible says, and if this is harmful to people, then that's probably their fault.
That's the Bible's problem. Don't take it up with them.
Yeah.
But if you choose God's view of who you are, your life is expanded because when you listen to God, there are no limits.
God.
Philippians 4:13 says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
Also, in context here, speaking, because the Christians love to have the verses in context, like Paul, he was talking about like, it's because Paul was talking about a specific list of things. I don't remember what they were, but he was talking about like all the different like situations that he's endured and like gone through. So when he says all things, he's talking about all the things that he has been through. He's like, but I was able to make it through these things because Christ. He wasn't saying I can just literally do anything.
Right.
Because of, yeah.
he can do all things like that because of his belief.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes. So
there are probably things he couldn't do with his faith. That just didn't happen to him.
right, but here's the thing. Even if Paul actually was talking about all things, all this verse says is I can do all things through Christ. So if you're not Paul, or who I don't remember if Philippians was like a genuine Pauline epistle or if it was someone else, but whoever wrote this, they're just saying I can do all things. He never said, and so can you. Like that is not part of this verse. So to try to apply that to yourself, like it just does not work on every single fucking level.
And he was a big time salesman for his version of Christianity. So he totally would have said something like that.
Yep.
So Dr. Kip says he hates how preachers say God. I don't know if you ever heard Rush Limbaugh. Probably didn't, because I doubt you ever were conservative. Maybe you were. But like he would always say God. Like,
yeah.
He had to say God like God.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking dick.
Yeah. Yeah. Couldn't just say it normally. Yeah.
No, because that didn't offend anybody or irritate people.
Right.
See, this is the first question, because this question, the answer to this question determines how you will answer the other three. I want you to take a minute right now to answer the question, who are you? My answer, by the way, may sound hokey to you, but I only need 8 letters for this one. I'm rating Son of God.
How many letters is
Why? Because
That's 8 letters.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, perfect.
But so for anyone filling out your epitaphs at home, right, you write your answer to.
He'd be so hurt.
But yeah, that was perfect. Oh, yeah. So yeah, but to me, because I remember like being in this church and like this general Christian environment, but describing yourself just as Son of God, like, I mean, and like in this community, like that sounds like such a great answer, but now being out of it, it's like, if that's the only way you describe yourself, that's actually kind of sad. It's like, okay, but what does that mean? Like, what does that mean to you? Like, what does that actually say about you? Because if I ask someone, just give me like in a few words, describe yourself. If they just say, "Oh, I'm a son of God," like that tells me nothing. I still know nothing about you, other than you think God is important.
Isn't that crazy? Okay, so when gods used to have like a name that meant some shit, like Baal and shit, like that. I don't know what Baal means. I'm forgetting right now, but I know it was an indication of his specific power or personality. Part of the genius of God just being called God is like everybody can refer to the same name as if they're all talking about the same thing, but they can all have their own independent picture, and it's usually an idealized version of them themselves, which could be a false self. It doesn't have to be who you actually are.
Yeah.
That's probably how like a lot of Christians don't realize they're queer until like a while.
Yeah. Damn.
Guaranteed there might be a higher ratio than typical of closeted people attending Crossroads.
I could see that. Yeah.
Because they're in an environment that doesn't affirm it and like frequently redirects without being obvious about it.
Yeah. Fucking sad. But
Speaking of Kyle, what?
Yeah, but back to his like description, like saying, "Well, who am I? I'm a son of God." Like, because here's the thing, like go back, speaking of my kids, like, and me, like my biggest wish for them is like to be themselves. Like, if they grow up and like get themselves like established and like figure out who they are, like if someone were to ask them, okay, tell me like who you are, describe yourself. And their only answer is, I'm my dad's kid. I'm like,
Cool.
I would be like kind of like mortified because I'm like, I hope I didn't give them the impression that that's the most important thing about them is like who their parents are.
Yeah, that word that's like kind of distasteful in our time period. But like when the stuff was written, that was like a big motivator to survive was so that like your ancestors would live on.
Oh yeah, sure, but Kyle is saying that now.
Oh, that's an issue. Yeah,
yeah. So yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, if my kids now, if that's all they said was like, "I'm my dad's kid," I'm like, oh God.
Wait, you mean these ancient texts were not written to Americans now? It wasn't for white America.
Whoa, well, you got to set that up, man. Like, that's probably a huge shock to all these people. They probably never heard that before. And
I mean, it sounds
prepared
ridiculous
for that, dude. You got to set that up. Like, that was quite a bomb to drop there, Matt.
Isn't that crazy? When people who don't see, like, just don't see what's happening, and they're like, "You're strawmanning me," and I'm like, "No, no, I'm not." And it's crazy that you're not self-aware enough to know that.
Right. Well, Kip confirms you were correct, Matt. So, but yeah. So yeah, sure. Back in the day, yeah, sure. But for Kyle to say right now, the best thing to know about me is I'm a son of God. It's like, anyway.
Self-hating is a big deal in colonial culture for some reason. It's like we kind of feel bad about something. Wonder what it is.
It's probably because we're neurodivergent. Yep, that's the problem.
And then when other people come in and they try to like colonize our shit, they're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like they like know it's unreasonable. Like they know, but don't have the empathy to realize it.
Yeah, it's like all the white people in America who are so scared of like whites becoming a minority in the country. It's like, oh, why? Is this like, are minorities treated poorly here or something? Like, why is that a problem?
Also, like white people are going to be the minority. Oh, you mean like in the world?
Yeah,
like it's always been,
right?
Like clearly we're the more frail ones. There's never been more of us than anyone else.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just looking at us because I remember this struck me once. Like, I was watching a podcast. I don't remember. There were three guys. I don't remember the ratio, but who's
closer to the color of a corpse,
right? Yeah, because let's just say, okay, there was like two white guys and one black guy. But like, let's say I knew nothing about humans. Like, I'm an alien from somewhere. Like, and someone's like introducing me to this, like the species human beings, and they just show me. Like, okay, here's like people of like all the different skin tones that there are. Like, I would probably point to the white people and say, something wrong with them? Like, they do not look healthy. Like the rest of them, like they got like good color. They look like all robust, but like these people look like they're dying. Yeah, we were not. Yeah.
We also wrinkle the most. But, you know, it's because we don't have melanin and shit that protects us from, you know, the goddamn sun.
Right.
So the Real Millie made a comment about this church selling shirts to say my pronouns are child of God. They wouldn't, because it's bad for business. Because then you'll never get the LGBTQ people.
But
so you can convert them away from themselves.
But I could see people wearing those shirts in this church.
Oh yeah,
and not being discouraged, to say the least.
No, but there would be there would be a I don't know what kind of size group, but there would be a part of the church that would think that's uncouth. I mean, funny, but don't wear the shirt.
Right. And also, Kip's not still mad or anything. So, anyway. Yeah. I don't use pronouns. Oh, such a It's deliciously ironic sentence.
Sure, like,
Fucking love it.
interesting. I'm done talking to you. You're stupid as hell. I don't trust you with any words in your mouth.
And yet we keep going back to Kyle.
I want to leave a legacy of everyone who follows behind me, not wasting their life trying to define themselves, not wasting their life.
Right, because who wastes? Why would you want to waste your life trying to define yourself? Like,
isn't this whole exercise trying to define yourself? Kyle, you're so bad at this.
I mean, this is just like, remember, like this was like his sermon during the deconstruction series that was called Rock Solid, that was supposed to say like how rock solid of a foundation God is for your life. But the whole point of his message ended up being how mysterious and nebulous and ununderstandable, and you'll never get it. God is like,
that's the whole point.
Like,
the whole point is to not get it forever, but more.
It's like, did they keep doing this just to Kyle? Like, I don't remember everyone else's sermons being like this contradictory and self-defeating, but
I think Kyle likes to write a lot of his own.
Yeah, that's not funny. It's just so fucking stupid. I hate when people do shit like that. Like not just because it's like, even just like out of context, like all the baggage, like it's just not funny. So anytime someone is like trying to do something like that, they think it's hilarious. It's just not funny. But then you add on all the subtext and baggage and everything, and it's just
it's just a red flag they don't understand. But also, even if they cared enough to know, they don't care enough to know if they don't know.
Right.
If they knew, then they would want to. That's what happened with me. Like, I kept all that separate as a concept. Like, I knew it was out there, but I had no, like, I didn't know anybody. And then somebody like I used to hang out with, and we like would meet up, and we used to be in a Christian small group together. But then every time a new Star Wars movie came out, we'd meet up and go to it. That was like the reunion thing. Then this one of the three guys stopped doing it because he's lame, and but then I met up with the other guy, and that's when I found out that not guy pronouns anymore.
Yeah,
Didn't see themselves. That's when they were transitioning, so it was kind of like in between. They were like more like they them. Wasn't offended by he him, but soon to not prefer he him anymore. It was more like, yeah, I understand this is complicated. This is already more complicated for me than I'd like to be. So sure, he him. But yeah, that was like, it was hard to have empathy because I just wasn't aware.
Yeah.
But then once I was aware, I was like, oh. Oh yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, then you're like, oh yes, I do have empathy. It actually still works. You're still human. Yes.
Like I said things that I was stupid about. That was just stupid me being stupid out loud.
Yeah, but you realize it now.
I'm better now.
Yeah. So, but not according to Kyle.
No, Kyle says I'm worse. You can tell because I feel better.
Right, and that's the first like red flag.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I got more fruits of the spirit than ever before. No, what matters is I feel good about it too.
Trying to measure up to everybody else's standards, not wasting their life believing that they're limited by their limitations. No, I want to leave a legacy of people who know that they're gods, and because of that, nothing will be impossible for them.
Wait, so he said who know that they're gods.
Interesting, isn't it? He could have said that differently, but didn't.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what I want to. I mean, if there is such a thing, I mean, There was it's a line from a song by Behemoth. It sounds like it might be some. I don't know if it's a quote they pulled from somewhere else and put into the song, or if they just made it up themselves. But I love it because it's, if I am God, everyone is. If I am not, none exist. So
yeah. Also, doesn't it make more sense that like we'd be if there is a God, that we'd be our closest path to God, like we'd be our closest connection?
yeah, makes sense.
I mean, I'm the only one having my life.
Right. So yeah. So I mean, and if so, like I said, even though as an atheist, I don't believe any like actual gods exist, but if people just want to like think of themselves as gods, like in a more like metaphoric or symbolic or whatever sense, I'm like, yeah, I'm all about that because when it comes to like how my life is run and like the way I decide to make it, like I am as close to a god in my life that there can be, really.
Because all we know is that we exist. If anything exists, I exist. If there's one thing I can know for sure that exists, if that's possible.
Right. Yeah, but also like that whole like to be like limited by your limitations, like that's what limitations are, my dude.
Oh, yeah. Great writing. Good work.
Yeah, that's why they call them limitations. It's literally in the word.
Yeah. Did you spend time on writing that? Like Annie?
He spent time in prayer.
Right. That's how the best things happen, is where you pray and listen to your own thoughts.
Right. But then call them gods so you can be authoritative about it.
But sitting and listening to your own thoughts is great.
Yeah. I mean, it's the thing I do a lot for therapy.
And then it's also
great.
better, and I would say maybe even better than that, is like you get to a point where like you what is that? Noticing your thoughts, but not really engaging with them as they go by in your head, and eventually you just get to an emptiness point where you're just present, and like that's awesome and super healing and healthy. Yeah. So pray like that all the time you want.
Yeah, for sure. Also, something dogs resembling their owners, something. But anyway, all right.
Would you take a minute right now and start with your answer? By the way, you don't have to nail it in this moment. You don't even have to like what you write. Just write down honestly. The goal is just to get started.
Well, then why are we doing this now if it doesn't have to actually be good? Because also, if I'm assuming part of this whole thing is like you're supposed to be like doing this like prayerfully and like getting like things from God. It's like, oh, but it's okay if it's not good. It's like, well does talking to God about this stuff actually work? Or
this is kind of the church's like method. They make they've said things like they make aggressive mistakes. They want to do everything short of sin for God or whatever. The problem is sometimes there are things that you think aren't sins but are hurting you and other people. And this whole thing of like, it doesn't have to be good, just get started.
Yeah.
like the Crossroads plan.
Yeah, but real quick, I see Kip is approaching things that I say the way Kyle approaches Bible verses. I can say words like just focus on the one part that actually works, ignore the other parts. Like, yes, Kip, very, very good, very good.
30 seconds and 15 characters. Answer the question: who are you right now?
So, for anyone actually doing this at home, like this is your time. Fill in that part of the first question in your epitaph. So, and if it is it first, like let me know. Is anyone actually doing this? Like, because if not, I won't keep like pausing or anything. But
I think we're all kind of thinking about like a better version of what we're being told to do.
well, right. That's what I'm thinking. But if anyone's like actually doing that, or just doing like the completely unserious, irreverent version. Oh, okay. Here got some answers coming in. Batman. Good answer.
Ooh,
Good answer.
Has there ever been like an alternate universe thing where Batman is Batman, but like with a Joker aesthetic? I want that toy. That's a Todd McFarlane Batman if I ever heard of one.
Ooh, yes.
You know what that is? That artist who had a toy company.
I know the name, but just blanking on.
He did Spawn, but like he also was an excellent
okay.
sculptor, and so there was a toy company based on different sculptures.
It's like, oh no, David's not going to have a proper epitaph. That's fine. So, yeah, don't worry about this. Yes, sleep is more important than whatever Kyle is having you do. So yes, good night, and thanks for hanging out. But speaking of Batman and Ember, I think it was today talking about like Batman and like how he was like technically a superhero, but his only superpower was just being super rich. Like he didn't have any like actual powers like flight or X-ray vision or any of that stuff. But,
yeah, and kind of fascist, but like in the best ways. Like he didn't,
right?
It wasn't like all poor people are bad, but he's like the ones that do crimes are, and I should smash them.
Right. Or the way I put it, it's like Batman is basically if throw money at the problem was a superhero.
Ooh, America.
That's like he's super rich, so he can like afford toys and training and shit. So that's but yeah, this is actually brilliant. I may have to put this on my former human. I love it. The beauty is the simplicity. Perfect. All right. So
wait, so Batman's kind of like, what if a billionaire had a heart of gold, but was also super violent? It's that myth of like sometimes money does make you better. But no, I think you get up to a certain amount and like actually the option of being a good person just kind of goes away.
Yeah, but these are good answers. I'm enjoying this. Keep them coming. It's a good time. Got buried about good times.
That's a very like Western.
Or
yeah, start a conspiracy. Oh, they killed me.
Haha.
It just says avenge me.
Or I think my older brother, what he actually like once put on his tombstone is just as a warning to others, which tracks.
Man, he's more self-aware than we thought.
Right? Yeah. Well, here's a good point. If Batman spent half the money he's put into illegal vehicles on soup kitchens, Gotham would have virtually no crime. Yep. Yeah, if you want to stop crime, don't fund the police. Fund people not starving or being homeless or being poor or whatever. Fund that shit.
No, but decapitation strikes. Take out the leaders. That always works. Why do we keep doing that?
I don't know.
We're like, this will solve it. And like, did it work last time? No, but it was a good time. It was a good plan last time. We're not sure why it didn't work. And every time they're like, yeah, we'll do it right this time.
So apparently I killed him. Okay. Well, I don't know if I feel sad or proud to be on someone's epitaph in that way, but yep.
Well, you know what's crazy about the decapitation strikes is that like we're like, sure, we had presidents assassinated in our past. Did everything fall apart? No, because that's not how that shit works.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Promoted to professional insect nutrition specialist.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I like it, and that's why like.
Just greetings from the underground.
I mean, honestly, I basically have like told my kids like it's really like up to them, like what's done with me. Like if they want me cremated, so they can like have my ashes, either if they want to spread them somewhere or have them in a urn or something, or if they would prefer to have me like actually buried somewhere that they can go visit. Like I really enjoy it, but
shoot you out of a cannon just generally at Scotland.
Yes, from the middle of Ohio. So I'll just.
How far can we get him?
No, but it's a progressive thing. So just wherever I land, they go like take the cannon there, reload me, shoot me again, just see how long I last. Man,
Like,
if I make
how
it,
long
if
there's
I-
something to shoot? Man,
Man, if I make
Pennsylvania's
it-
getting a raw deal.
Man, if I make it, if I make it to Pennsylvania, that'll be the miracle. So, all right, can you sing that, Adele?
Wow, you got an Adele reference?
I'm randomly aware of the zeitgeist, and that was just one of the moments, apparently. So, anyway, all right. So,
Puerto
I guess-
Vallarta is feeling that? What?
I don't know.
Kip, where do you think the U.S. is?
Or Ohio.
Like, it's not on Puerto Vallarta. Doesn't sound like it's on the way to Scotland. not through Whitey land.
Yeah. Anyway. This is good, though.
Great. By the way, for you rule following people, if you used a few more than 15 characters, that's okay. Relax.
Oh my
You
God,
rule
that
breakers
hurts. Why is he
who just
doing
wrote an
that?
entire paragraph? Try to trim it down to only what matters most. We're talking.
But what if what actually matters most to me is a paragraph, Kyle? God.
What?
I always hated exercises like this that were like actually limiting, where it's like, okay, express yourself, but in only this many letters.
Have you met me?
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why, but like that like why that when he made his like whisper voice more intense, it sounded like he had just hurt me. And he's like, "It's okay. No, calm down." Like, God, you fucking abuser.
Like, yeah, that's your fault, Kip. You forgot. Her life was many paragraphs.
Wait, that's Mexico. Is that Mexico City? Is that one of those cities where the gangs are just burning shit?
I don't know.
Look,
I
I'm
just
terrible.
be the
I'm
problem
terrible
you
with
want
names
people to
of
throw
places
in.
in general. Like, I'm bad at names of places in general. I am actually quite aware of things going on in the world. That's like my news diet.
Yeah.
But
yes, yeah, it's much creepiness in the Kyle.
that was the most controlling forced whisper I've ever heard.
Yeah. Anyway.
4 lines, 4 questions. The second question, who do you love and how do you love them?
That's 2 questions, Kyle. That's the second and third question. What's going on? Anyway.
Also, depending on who you're
all
thinking
heads-
of, like who you love, how do you love them? Like, they could get sexual real fast.
Oh yeah.
Stones are almost exactly the same. Name, date born, date died, then a list of the most important relationships.
I love what he says, the most important relationships and Pex Cam. So,
But he was like, it didn't match the way he was talking at all.
ooh.
I mean,
All right.
he was Foley man.
He had quite the dash. But did he have pecs like Kyle here? Well, I guess
No.
Melly knows. So yeah, let us know, Melly. How are Jesus' pecs?
Wait, look how. Okay, does anybody else have a shirt like with the chest of cleats pockets? They have like a flap on it. That flap is never as crisp as what he's got going on.
Yeah.
That's a professionally laundered shirt right there.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
I outsource my laundry.
Roles that person played. Stuff like husband, father, mother, daughter, mentor, friend. Notice, by the way, not your resume, not your address, not your impressive zip code, not your amazing golf score, not the total in your bank account when you check the bucket, not the most money you ever made in a year. None of that. It's 15.
I kind of just out of spite want to have one of those things put on my tombstone. Just put my golf score. Like I don't even know what my golf score is. I completely suck at golf. I played when I was a kid, gave it up. But yeah, put my golf score on my epitaph.
Does Kyle think everybody plays golf?
Yeah, again, like telling on yourself, man. But hey, once again, me and Kip are essentially the same person.
I gotta get some new T-shirts. I hate spending as much as they cost, but I also know, like,
yeah,
if you want to buy like not made in sweatshop, it's also expensive.
Right, but yes, I also heard that, Ember, just this time. I didn't hear it before, but yeah,
check the bucket.
Gotta check that bucket off the. But speaking of Ember and buying T-shirts. Like Ember, if you want to put your link in the chat, I think you're modded at Ember's website. You can buy T-shirts and other things. Some of them actually go towards like I was gonna say they all go towards good causes, but some of them are charities. The others are like letting Ember eat. It's all good causes, no matter what you buy at her website.
Yeah, being alive is a good cause.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually considering like buying some stuff from there soon. Like I'm interested in the mugs, and since I requested an ally space flag and you actually made it, I figure I should probably buy one. So, yeah, I think it might look good, like right there.
We need to see more ally flags. Although just putting up a pride flag in general is great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a little like pride flag in like one of those little like yard in your planners or whatever. Like it's the pride flag is, and on each stripe it says like everyone is welcome here or something like that. So yeah, and one of my neighbors liked it, which I liked. So
yeah,
you don't see a lot of that around here. Here it is. So yeah, so everyone go to here, buy things. So
meanwhile, Kip's mad he's not modded.
See, you want it too much, Kip. That's the problem. I mean, yeah. Maybe once you come on the show, we'll mod you then. How about that?
While he's on it, so we can't really do much.
Yeah. And then we'll remove it as soon as you leave. No.
Hey, speaking of shirts, could we get this like image of Kyle on the shirt with the caption, check the bucket? Like, can we legally use his face to make money for us?
Like, ooh, but I heard you talk about the micro sponsor thing. I am interested. That is for sure.
Interesting. That's a cool idea.
Yes.
Yeah, we gotta just start. Man, we just gotta start replacing a bunch of stuff. Like build the system we want to replace the one we're in.
Yes.
And that kind of stuff, like the micro sponsor stuff, where you're just like, yeah, fuck everybody, like fuck y'all. We're gonna do it ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's very American.
Love it.
Fuck you. I got an idea.
All right. Life is like golf, full of hazards and well-dressed pricks. So make every swing like you know what you're doing, and don't be afraid to take a few mulligans. A lot of wisdom in there. Indeed.
There's a bunch of rich people I've been working for lately, like stupid rich, like sons of local car dealership magnates. But like, I just like, I can't be inauthentic. It hurts. So I'm like myself around people, within reason. I'm the professional
Right.
version of me. And I get the impression sometimes that like they're chatty with me in a way they aren't with other people because I'm not. I don't give a shit. Like I kind of give out the vibe of like I don't give a shit what your deal is. Like what you got, what you don't have.
That helps.
Yeah, I just get the vibe sometimes people aren't used to being friendly or authentic. So I hear them talk to people in their social groups on the phone sometimes. Like,
Yep.
that sucks to be like that. It's like when you talk to me, you're not like that.
All right.
What I'm saying is I'm awesome, and people are better for knowing me.
Right. Also, and good night, Ember, and try to catch you in the morning. Can we get a sample of Professional Moonbeam?
No, no.
I feel like it would throw me off.
You'd probably be disappointed in me.
Yay. All right. Well, speaking of disappointments,
Characters to summarize the quality of the relationships you had with just a handful of people and the way your lives either move them forward or not. It's the sum.
why are we doing this with people? Like, can you say like a handful of people? Why do we need to demonstrate? So now I'm like imagining you holding tiny people in your
And then
hand.
he's like,
why was
"We're
this
not."
necessary?
Give me your sandwich.
I mean, not going to argue. That's for sure.
But you're kind of low key about it when you say it.
But they know. They know.
Of how you acted towards those people each day. Were you kind or short-tempered? Were you generous or were you stingy? Did you stop to listen or you just rush off to the next thing? You might be like, I get it. No, you don't. No, you don't. Those are legacy.
You don't get it.
You don't get it.
Yeah,
Learn from me. I need you to need what I'm saying.
Oh, that was perfect. I enjoy that.
Defining questions. A legacy isn't a side project that you make in a garage that's just attached to the side of your life. No, it's the.
But what if that's all I want it to be? Like, what if I'm not super concerned about making a huge impact? What if I'm just like, look, I just want to like live the life that like I enjoy, and I'm at least like not harming people, like maybe helping some people, but like I just live my life and it just is what it is, and afterwards people do whatever, and I'm fine because I'm done.
Yeah. And Kip, you're not wrong. Because there are those times where he does like the two-handed, where he's just like,
Oh man, he is just going to town,
just pounding that ass. No, like when he does the hand thing like that, like it has looked like he's holding something when he does that. It's been making me uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Keep dropping.
kind of. Yeah. Now he would never admit this, but
Never admit what?
he talks like a hippie.
Yeah, he sounds a little California, like a little Silicon Valley-ish.
Yeah, that kind of hippie. Yeah, for sure.
Sum total of the stories, the conversations, the personal impact that you have with these people. It can be tempting to make it more complicated than that. It doesn't need to be, because it's not. In fact,
I'm convinced.
But it doesn't even need to be that complicated, Kyle. That's my point.
Right.
Yeah.
a great legacy Just follow Hebrews 3:13 and you'll
Okay.
leave one more powerful than 99.9999999%
Shut up!
of all humans.
Like, but
Shut up!
so is he saying that like nobody follows this scripture passage? Like what percentage of the people who've ever lived are Christians? And he's saying it's even way less than that than people who like actually do this Bible verse thing. Like,
It kind of sounds like nobody but him, a little bit. Most
Little
people
bit,
don't get
or,
it.
sorry,
How many?
little
Most
bit.
people? Almost all of them.
Probably the person sitting next to you, right?
He's like,
now.
who gets a Kyle? Kyle's get it. It's not just me because I'm humble, but it's all Kyle's. Only Kyle's.
I kind of want you to keep going in that voice just to see like how quiet and whispery and weird you can get it.
It's only Kyle's. It's all right, all the Kyles died.
Damn. R.I.P.
There's not even
All
a
right.
bit to do anymore. They're all dead.
Yeah.
It'd be disrespectful too.
That's what's written on all their epitaphs. Cut it out. We're dead.
Became.
Oh, sorry.
just all
Oh, sorry.
the
No,
Kyles.
it's cut it out. We're dead. Sorry, or something like that. What font would that need to be in? Or typeface.
Is Kyle's
whatever.
tombstone just? I was Kyle.
Yes, with the fists. Yes.
I was Kyle.
It's like fisting those faults. For those who remember.
Benjamin Kyle's.
Yes. All right. Whew. Man.
Who've ever lived. Hebrews 3:13 says, "But encourage one another daily, as long as it is called today, so that none of you may be hardened by sin's deceitfulness."
So this is really the verse that you need to follow to like have the maximum impact. Like of all the verses, of all the things that the Bible teaches us, all the important lessons, like we're not even fucking quoting Jesus to find like the thing that we need for our life. Like,
If it's the thing, wouldn't there be like, at least a verse that's like, this is the thing, like you could go to it, right?
mm-hmm.
Because if it's the thing, somebody must have nailed it, right, in the whole damn book.
Right. But again, so I'm just now like reminded of one of the verses that he brought up in his message during the Rock Solid series, where he was quoting David saying like, "This is the one thing that I want, the one thing that I seek." Like out of all the things in life, it wasn't this. Like it was like
King David wanted booty more than anything else.
That's probably true. Yeah, if he was honest. No, but he was like, it was something about like seeking God and getting to know him more or whatever. Like,
Okay.
but now Kyle's like, no, this is actually the thing. Like, David apparently didn't know what he was talking about, and therefore, David famously zero legacy. So
I mean, he's got
like,
legacy he doesn't even really have. 'Cause he's mostly made up.
Oh, Kip, you forgot to put reliable sources in quotes. But...
The quotes of scorn.
Just engraving of his pecs. Oh, but thing is, like, I'm also just thinking because his pecs are obviously so hard. Before he died, he engraved it with his pecs. Yeah.
All right. For some reason, that conversation made me think of his pecs, and I was like, no. And then somebody said something that was not related at all, and I was like, why are his nipples too big?
Hey, happens to the best of us. Or something.
Is somebody's always wearing shirts like over another shirt?
That could be.
Yeah.
That could be.
He has the
All right.
nipples of communal discomfort.
You say that as if it's a thing. Oh yes, the nipples of communal discomfort. Of course, we all know what that is.
It's like the worst. It's like the worst D&D character attribute.
Yes, that's my favorite Ash of War from Elden Ring.
I don't even play D&D. That's the closest thing I could think of.
Yeah.
I totally would have if I had anybody who did it that I knew of when I was growing up. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Yeah. I was aware it was a thing, but I grew up super like fundamentalist Baptist, so it was evil. And yeah.
Evil.
Speaking of evil, apparently. And Kip's mad about hockey things. So.
I hear a lot of the hockey players in Canada are also pretty right wing. Like it's just, I don't know, sport attracts a lot of
that too.
A legacy-altering decision could be, I will actively and intentionally encourage my closest family and friends every day. Every day. Who are the...
Yeah.
What kind of pieces of shit does he think need, like, this is groundbreaking goal setting?
Yeah, because yeah, that's one of the things, and this is like, it's like, yeah, that's actually good, but like, did you need to find some obscure Bible verse to
like
support this?
Like, Kyle, are you a sociopath?
Yeah.
You're like, I had never thought about this before. Like, that's an option? Does it get me what I want? Cool, let's do it. It must be God's work.
So James on the Facebook side, just want to make sure Kip sees this question. Like, Kip, do you have a teaching job like at a university?
No.
Like, first of all, I don't think he was serious on this, if this is what you're referring to, James. But it is a good question. I actually forget. I know you at least used to. I don't remember if you're still teaching at a university or not. So let me know. Almost all hockey players are wealthy white jocks. Do the math. Yep. That math, it maths. So
I could see how that would kind of like self-select for richer people, because hockey season goes kind of like all fucking year.
Yeah, and the equipment's expensive. So just to play, you got to have money. Yeah.
And there's like rink fees if you're like in a league or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like just like basketball or baseball that you can just play like any random field or park or whatever. So
no, you need Canada.
It takes a Canada.
those people? And what's your relationship to them? Are you friend, mother, daughter, mentor, father, brother, sister? And what kind of that thing do you want to be? Loving, trusted, honest friend, inspiring brother, encouraging father? We're going to take a minute right now and start writing your answer to question number 2. Who do you love and how are you letting them know right now?
Which, yeah, good thought, good idea. Like, did not need to go to the Bible for this.
No, like that question in isolation is actually great.
Yeah.
Because like you can realize, oh, there's some ways I used to do that I don't anymore. And you're like, oh, that's all I do. I'm not happy with that. It's like, it's a good self-reflection question, but like to assume that the people in the audience are like how he thinks they are, is that how he is? Kind of seems like it sometimes. Like my interaction I had with him, I don't know, it made a comment about his deconstruction sermon thing, and I was like, yeah, I felt like I was being gaslit, and he was offended by that, and kind of sounded like he wanted to have a conversation with me so he could hear me and then tell me how wrong I am. And go figure. It was all about him, me being offended. He's like, but me.
That tracks. That tracks hard. All right. So for anyone still filling out their epitaphs at home, we're moving on. So, or take your time on the one actually good question.
God damn it! Can you get to his fucking point?
Yes.
What's taking him so long?
Is it us?
Couldn't be.
Could be us.
4 lines, 4 questions. The third, what do you value? And how are your actions proving it? Now,
Again, that's 2 questions, Kyle. Learn to count. God damn it. Ugh.
stuff won't make your gravestone. Your values will. Words like generous, joyful, fun-loving, grace-filled, kind, honest, hardworking. But way more attention is actually spent on passing on the stuff than passing on the values. Now, most people have a will or some kind of document that says what will happen with their stuff. And please hear me, that's good. Sarah?
Is that just some fucking generic binder with the schmutz on it?
I think that's intentional, like a design or something. But so James
Okay.
Kip is answering your question here. Do not have a university position. I haven't since 2022. The last position was jointly held at the University of Agder and NTNU, good old NU in Gjøvik, Norway.
In the
I
Norway.
may have pronounced that close to correctly. Let me know how that was. So,
In the Norway.
I also just left this out of context. Babies are ball shaped. Yes, the healthy ones are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, like my daughter, when she was like 9 months old, yeah, she was just a sphere. It was fucking hilarious.
When Owen was born, it was a literal magic trick because it did not look like he had been in there. He was just in like it's just like this like crammed ball. They're thinking he was over 8 pounds. I think he was almost 9 pounds. And Aaron what did not look that big.
Yes. All right, good. Like decades of Norwegian black metal have served me well. So,
Okay.
all
How do you
right.
pronounce it?
Gjøvik.
Oh yeah.
Because I know like the J makes the Y sound and the O with the line through it is kind of similar to the O umlaut in German.
Right, yeah.
So it's kind of an yeah. So
Kind of
exactly. So you got it. So now speaking of that feeling, back to Kyle.
and I have one to ensure that our kids go where we want them to go and that the little bit of resources that we have right now get to them as well.
little bit.
Oh, yes, your little bit of resources. Yes.
I want you to bet he makes 6 figures.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing, your resources will only be helpful if they're paired with your values. I was listening.
Like, what was that? Like, why are they strong if they're paired?
When you cram your values into it, just cram them.
Yeah. That was just
values
weird.
all up in there.
Yeah. Which again, as a neurodivergent person, I realize how hypocritical it may be for me to criticize someone else for doing weird body motions, but
It seems pedantic and petty, but like also
that was weird, right?
That's what we do here.
Yeah. What would you say?
We
you
pick
do
apart
here?
everything.
That.
Like everything's important that's happening.
Yep. I feel like that's what people come here for.
Sounds like Kyle's fault for not
Yes.
being important and deliberate and perfect with all his actions.
Yep.
Be perfectly you, Kyle.
Yeah, come on, like you have the spirit of God in you, apparently. So should be pretty perfect, I think. But anyway.
To a podcast last week with a super interesting guy named Rabbi Steve Leder. He's the author of a book that touches on legacy called The Beauty of What Remains. He was talking about wills, and he described a kind of will that I had never heard of before. He said this: most people have an estate plan and a will to bequeath their material possessions. We spend our lives working to buy things and collect things and own things that when we die, nobody wants. Your kids don't want them. Your grandkids don't want them. The Goodwill doesn't want them. Nobody wants your crap.
Why do I have crap?
We spend all of that time and energy on that. But since the 11th century in Germany, France, and Italy, Jews have been creating a parallel document to their estate plan and will, which is called an ethical will. It's a document that parents write for their children and grandchildren that articulates and bequeaths their values to the next generation of their family when they're gone. I love that idea. And
Yeah, that's actually kind of cool, but
Yeah.
conspicuously did not arise from Christianity.
Yeah.
Came from Judaism. So
Also, there could be like, what if somebody's like real specific about the values, or the values are like politically charged in some way? Like,
yeah, that could
we
be.
save every unborn we can. Like,
Yeah,
I think that's kind of what gets passed down in a lot of families.
that's true. But like, here's the thing. Like, but again, like, is it as part of this like Christian sermon that's supposed to be like all based on here's what we learned from Jesus, and like Jesus is our everything, but even though he's not explicitly saying in this sermon, like this is like kind of the theme of this church. It's like, but this great principle that he's trying to impart on all of us like came from Judaism, but it's almost like the attitude like, oh, what are the Jewish people doing? Like, oh, we could make that a Jesus-y thing. We'll like just take that from them and like now it's ours, and like here, now do the thing because Jesus, even though that came from people who didn't give a fuck about Jesus. But yeah. But yes, Kyle, you love this thoroughly Jewish idea. Is this Kyle coming out as Jewish? Is that what this is? So, but yes, and this in some cases can be one of the best legacies you leave is all the things that you're not passing on.
Yeah, and by becoming more self-aware,
Mm-hmm.
which a lot of, maybe every case involves not it being all about God.
Right.
Yeah, you become aware of how your actions are impacting things.
It's like, yeah, Kip, I know, but shut up.
But
So-
he was such a good Jew, he was Christian.
The best kind of Jew there is.
Just ask Mike Huckabee.
And please, everyone, like, I hope it's obvious we're kidding. But yes.
No, don't
Jesus.
ask Huckabee by name.
Thoroughly. Don't do that. But yeah, Jesus was very thoroughly Jewish.
Yeah.
Very true. I think a lot of Christians, even though like they'll pay lip service to that, but yeah, like Matt said, it's like, oh, but he was like the best kind of Jewish, and that he was like actually Christian. Like, no, he was Jewish.
Right, but he was secretly Christian.
And he also apparently thought the world was like literally about to end within a matter of years. But
he was God, so he was getting his times all confused. I mean, it must be really hard to like teach God the concept of time, even though he's like in a human body.
Ooh. No, yes, and good point by Kip for once. Sorry, I just can't help myself.
Yeah,
but yes, seriously though.
But
Mm-hmm.
from what I was gonna say, but from what I've seen watching like different attempts at authentically representing Muslim culture, or just watching and listening to Muslim commentators on different like podcasts and stuff. This is something they already do. They just don't have a document about it. They're like, this is just what we do.
Yeah,
we're already focused on that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's anything like.
Real quick, keep talking. I'll be right back.
If it's anything like Nation of Israel, Country of Israel did when they were like rebooting the Hebrew language, where they took a lot of, from what I understand, the pronunciation of vowels, they kind of took that from Arabic. They're like, it's a Semitic language. It probably sounded somewhat like that. Like that's the same thing they did with like the writing of the ethical will. Like they kind of appropriated that too. a wonder. I don't know. Christians have appropriated Judaism, so. And then we appropriated a whole country. Before it was a country, other people were there. Is anybody else like realizing for the first time that like the settlers in other countries that like you realize are doing some heinous shit, and then you reflect on the United States and you're like, yeah, we had a bunch of settlers too. Oh. Yeah, we did that. We still have the like the Native American reservations, and it's kind of like, yeah, we just kind of kept our Gaza on ice. It's like, sure, it's your land, but we need your stuff in the mining parts. Maybe that's ours now. You weren't using it.
Right.
For the good of everyone. I mean, billionaires. I mean, American pride.
Yes. People are wonderful. That's all I gotta say. All right.
An ethical will. And that's really what this third question is hitting on. You could think about it as the 15-character long version of your ethical will, which gets us to the actual will. See, most of us think of a will as a list of...
Real quick, so again, just want to see another comment from James on the Facebook side. Wondering if Kip has any thoughts on this.
Being Jewish is not an ethnicity. Like people with Semitic, like I don't remember the word. It's kind of like saying like Christians are indigenous to a particular area. It's like sort of true. But I'm not saying people with like genetic heritages from that part of the world aren't from that like past historically indigenous. But there were a lot of people who converted to Judaism when Jews went from Israel into like Eastern Europe. And so like the converted and Jewish by marriage, like they're not indigenous to Israel.
I mean, I guess it is, and it maybe isn't. It can be used either way. I think Jewish is used as a religion and an ethnicity. Some people are both. Some people are one or the other. Because I know there are plenty of people who convert to Judaism who are not ethnically Jewish, but then become religiously Jewish.
Yeah, that was my point.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Originally, it was all just Canaanites. It's like Palestinians and Jewish people with like genetic ties to that region, both Canaanite originally.
Yeah. All right. So apparently Sephardic. I'm hoping I pronounced that correctly because I don't think I've ever seen that word before. And Ashkenazi. Have seen that before. Jews are genetically connected to Palestine, but that's it. Not sure why this matters.
Yeah.
All right.
So not all Jews are indigenous to Israel, but a lot of Jews are.
Yeah. So it's like some people are from certain places, others aren't. It's
like blue is a color, but not all colors are blue. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Other colors are also awesome, though. All right.
money and stuff, but it's not. It's what somebody wills to happen. And what they will is 100% driven by what they value. But if you talk to financial professionals who deal with estates and wills, they'll actually tell you that most of their clients who are planning their estates and most of the people who come to them having just inherited resources and have no idea what to do with it, neither of those people have ever actually had a conversation about the values behind the decisions in the will. None of them have. And see, not having those conversations.
So again, like there's a lot of stuff in here that Kyle's saying that is like good points or like good things to think about. But notice like when he gets to the things that are actually good, like things to think about. How sparse the Bible verses become.
Huh.
Or just even references to scripture or God or Christianity at all. He's just like, here's just some cool things to think about. It's like, oh yes, Kyle, that is interesting. And that's why is this a sermon?
Yeah, it's weird that not all of the supporting points all have Bible to back up. Sometimes not great. But weird the conclusion doesn't have Bible to back it up.
Yeah, weird, right? Yeah. Man.
Uses all kinds of pain and conflict. First, to what we're talking about in Freed Up, the person giving the inheritance, they're always trying to get free.
Freed Up, that $100 app apparently that people were able to get for free for a short amount of time. But that Crossroads was part of to get your data.
Yeah, is that what you call a soft launch, Kyle?
It's like he doesn't. It's like, yes, Kyle, the most interesting man in the world. It's like, I don't always quote the scripture,
but when I do,
it's like the worst verses for the worst possible times.
You might call it missing the mark over and over again.
Oh, but that would be sin, literally.
Kyle doesn't do that.
He doesn't do that kind of missing the mark. He does the actual missing the mark kind. Yes. Faux show.
Yeah. But the person who gets the
and faux show. Get it?
But the $100, Kip, it fixes your life.
Yeah, I didn't even know they came that expensive, but
it's like having a personal life coach in your pocket.
I come pretty expensive.
In a pocket? What?
It's like if you have to ask, you can't afford it. So don't mind me just cracking myself up. All right.
Inheritance oftentimes feels tied down by guilt about it. Like, I didn't earn this. I don't deserve it. And they're just bogged down. They're actually less free, which is the opposite of what the person who left them the resources wanted. Second, there are often multiple heirs who get
What do you mean, like when Jesus died for our sins and we're like, I don't deserve it, I'm not worthy, and like you get bogged down.
Man. And you get so bogged down, like you can't base your life on what you actually want because you have to realize how depraved and sick you are. So, man.
Don't do that, though. Why would you do that?
Also, I do not want Pocket Kyle. I do not. This is not what pockets were for.
No, but if we...
So now I'm just imagining.
Kyle action figure could be kind of some good merch.
So now I'm just imagining you know that meme about like women getting like super excited like when their dresses have pockets. Like someone would just say, "Oh, nice dress." They're like, "Oh, thanks, it has pockets." But I'm just imagining like someone complimenting a woman or anyone wearing a dress and saying, "Oh, nice dress," and the person saying, "Oh, thank you," and then Kyle just pops out of the pocket. It has pockets. Or it has pockets. He probably says it like that.
Pockets.
Well, he should have died better. But... Okay, like that noise ending, except no one. You were close. This close.
I will say, if you see a woman in like yoga pants with pockets, you can trust her with things. She knows what's up. She's like, these pants are comfortable, but they're dumb without pockets. That's somebody who's down to earth.
I like it, I think. Yeah. That could be a thing.
I don't know. I'm just saying things.
Well, that's what the show is, so.
Different amounts, or maybe feel like they should have gotten different amounts. And they're all left to wonder why. Like, are they less valuable? Now, the better move here is...
Yeah. And because, again, this is good. Like, the thing he's talking about now, the whole, like it's not just, like, leaving money to people, but, like, leaving, like, your values, but also, like, he was saying, like, having guilt about receiving money, even though that's probably whatever family member who left you the money, like no, they wanted you to have it, not because you earned it or whatever, just because you're their family and they love you and they care about you. They want you to be taken care of. It's like, so that's something I'm glad, because like I had grandparents who like passed away several years ago, and like they had like some money set aside that they wanted to like stay in the family, and like they were very clear. It's like, no, this is for the family. So like, if people in the family like have an emergency, like need some money for something, this is set aside for that. So there have been several times where like I've needed help with certain things because life do be life.
And you gave a lot of money to Crossroads that you didn't have anymore.
Yeah, there's that. But so you're gonna have a bad time. If you do that. So it's nice. Like, so the times I have like had to use that money, like I felt, okay, this is like, I know because of what like my grandparents expressed and like their values, I know, okay, this is what this money was for. So yeah. So again, there is some good stuff in here, but it's usually devoid of any sort of like actual like grounding in Christianity or the Bible, or if it is, it's in a terrible way. But yeah. So
Melly's teaching me about pockets in the chat.
I see. Oh, wait. So this is the first I've ever heard of someone not liking pockets in dresses. So now I am intrigued.
No, but this makes sense. It's kind of like a how like pockets in an apron, like a work apron, can be a hassle because they're hanging around your neck.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I remember like when I was a delivery driver for Amazon, like they gave us like vests to wear, like that had pockets. But like we carried around like a phone with us, like that had like the app that for all the delivery where we would like had like navigation.
It's heavy.
Yeah. It was like a chunky phone, but so I would try. So at first I was like, put that in the vest pocket, but then it's like, then my vest was all like,
yeah,
like not fitting on me properly at all. So it's like, damn it. But
good work, everyone.
Yep.
Maybe you could put it on a fucking lanyard and some shit.
But fortunately, there are apparently like bigger things going on in the world right now. So thank you, Kip, for putting this all in perspective for us. So
it's amazing anybody can score in hockey.
Yeah, but what I love about hockey, it's really not. It's almost more about keeping the puck out of the net as much as it is trying to get it in. Because what I love is the way like scoring a goal, but also getting an assist or scored, like in hockey. Like, so say the person who actually takes the shot, but it bounces off one of their teammates, whether it's like their stick, their ass, whatever, and then goes in the goal. The player who actually shot it only gets an assist, but the player whose ass it bounced off of, they get credit for the goal.
That's great. You know what that means is like the people who play are often good enough that they can pull that off on purpose. So they're like, he's pulling it off on purpose. We should give it to him.
Yeah, because that's one of the things, like when I first got into hockey that like impressed me, because that's like an actual play. Like a player will like shoot it towards the net, but when one of their other teammates is in front of the net, and they'll just have their stick and they're able to hold it in such a way that the puck hits their stick and deflects in the goal. Like that to me, like is just like mind blowing that people can actually do that on purpose, but they do it all the time. It's really impressive. But anyway.
To know what you value and to make sure it's obvious. You could write an ethical will, be a great idea, or You could just have the conversation about what you value now. Remember, the dash doesn't last forever. Now, I know it can be
How does that help the kids who don't feel worthy about getting money? It kind of says it's like it solves that, but
well, I mean, it can, depending like how like the parent or whoever it is that is passing away like expresses it. Like if they're able to actually convey like, no, like this isn't about you being worthy. This is like your family. I want you to have this. So I could see how that could be pretty helpful. But yeah, it just depends on how it's expressed and also like just the mindset of the person like that it's being left to and how they are. Yeah, basically how they're able to receive it. Yeah, that could go a lot of ways, but I assume if it's going to go like a good way for them to do feel like an acceptance about it, I feel like having that conversation is an important step in that. If that makes sense. But yeah, obviously depending on like how it's expressed, the mindset of the person that it's being left to, like whatever baggage they already had, like I imagine that would be a more difficult conversation if for the person who is like passing away and leaving the stuff to them, like has like set a tone of things need to be earned, like nothing's just given, but then all of a sudden, oh, now have the stuff, oh, but I didn't earn it. Like that could be problematic. It's like I think a lot of it has to do with it's because it's not just the conversations you're having at the end of your life. It's like what has your life been before that point? Like what have you already instilled in your kids or grandkids or whatever? So
that reminds me.
So if you're saying this stuff at the end of your life, like, does it track with what the rest of your life was?
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, good.
But he's not saying that. Also, when you were talking, that reminded me of that fucked up scene where Tom Hanks says to Matt Damon, "Earned this" at the end of Saving Private Ryan, as he's dying, from trying to save his life or to bring him back home, and he says, "Earned this," and that fucking wrecks him for the rest of his life. And he's at the gravesite, and he says to his wife, "Am I a good man?" or something. Like, that was the most tragic part of that movie.
I forgot about that, man. Yeah, because it's like, because from remembering the movie, like he basically already earned it. Like it was literally just like, well, the rest of your brothers were killed, so now we got to get you. Like, so he already
by continuing to exist, he had already earned it, according to the people in charge.
Yeah. All right. Kip's got a shill, but yes, like with like Justin's cool. I think we've covered him on this channel like way on back with Nitty actually, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this was like one of the weeks when like you were out. I think.
Oh, okay.
I think this might have been the week like you were having your surgery or something, or like still in the hospital. So I was just doing a stream and like a couple other people hopped on. I think BS was on, Nitty.
Oh yeah, that was one of the times I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Hospital. Yeah. Yep.
We should probably have them on again sometime.
Yep.
But yeah. Anyway.
Comfortable, but it's so incredibly healthy. And I know that because I've been having those exact conversations with my dad. He's only in his 60s and he's in great health. So there's nothing really forcing these sorts of conversations right now. We could very easily put them off or not have them at all. But we've been having them for the better part of a decade now. I'm the executor of my dad's estate and trust. See, I know where his resources will go. That's what all these pages say. But way, way, way more importantly, I know why. I know his values. And here's the thing, it's not a one and done conversation. I don't like talking about my dad being gone. It's never like, hey, Dad, I just thought I'd call you and we could talk about, you being dead again. That sounds awesome, cool. No, of course not. But that's not the conversation.
Yeah.
The conversation is,
yeah, I just paused at this. say like this is the part where I didn't really have much on this. Like,
no,
okay,
I was like, I don't.
yeah,
Sure, I don't understand why you're saying this and why you need to tell people how to do it because this doesn't sound like it applies to everyone.
yeah,
Okay, Kyle,
yeah.
you try.
Hey, Dad, what is it that matters the most to you? And that's a great conversation. Look, if you're younger like me and it's awkward to start the conversation, I get it. Just do exactly this. I literally called my dad yesterday and I just said, hey, I'm thinking about legacy. And I know that I'm the executor of your will, but I just want to make sure I understand what it is you value. That's it. And then he just started talking. It was a great conversation. Took 10 whole minutes. That was it.
I don't know. To me, again, like the way they're setting up this whole thing is like if you can.
Not everybody can have this conversation with their dad.
Yeah, and also I don't know if it's good or bad that you can explain everything that you value in 10 minutes and it's just like a quick, simple conversation. Like I honestly, I don't know. Is that good or bad? I don't know.
I mean,
not that I want to be like ragging on his dad or anything.
no, you could hit the high notes.
Yeah.
You know, sure. It's a much.
Yeah, but I guess if you can do it in 10 minutes, that kind of like insinuates a prior like well-established relationship with someone.
Right.
Because I don't think I could express to a complete stranger like in 10 minutes, here's what my values and everything that matters to me. But yeah.
Also, doesn't it kind of feel, I'm not saying he didn't do it, but doesn't it also kind of feel like it was a performative thing done to be part of his talk here? Because he has this conversation, like he already knew he'd been having these conversations. He just said he had been, and he's like, just the other day I did this thing I'm telling you to do. It's like, yeah, that went well because you've been doing it already.
Yeah, he's like, oh, Dad, I've been thinking about values for the sermon that I'm writing. You know,
I think a lot of dads, maybe most of them, would need some time. Like, I don't know, like. I do know, but I need to think about that.
Yeah.
I can't pull it all out right now.
Right?
He's like, Dad, sum you up in 10 minutes or less.
For when you're dead.
Yeah. For posterity.
Fuck. But again, like the part of that I like is like, yeah, like have these conversations now while you're still alive. So like after you're gone, people don't have to just try to like guess or figure out what it was that mattered to you.
But not every dad's able to do this. My dad always wanted to do his best, but it was never good enough for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he usually fell far short of what he expected from himself. So he would probably say, well, it doesn't. He would probably say, I value you, or it doesn't really matter exactly what I value. He's like, I want you, like, what do you value? Do that. Like, he wouldn't have thought highly enough of himself to, like, think he had much to contribute. Like, he was amazed that I was the way I was because he thought he wasn't. He's like, I don't know how that happened. And he would, like, treat me like I did something. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I didn't raise me.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I feel that way about my kids like all the time. I'll say like, it's like, yeah, I have no idea how they turned out as good as they did, or at least as good as they did as soon as they did. You know, but
it's like, Dad, we're good at shit because you're good at shit.
Yeah, and you know, like I said before, you know, I give credit to their mom as well. Like, see, you know, obviously we like have our differences, but like, yeah, she's a good person, a good mom.
Yeah, you make good kids though.
Yeah. So there's that, but yeah, it blows my mind. Like, yeah, just looking at my kids is like, you're my kids. It's like, yeah. kind of unreal.
Also, sometimes you
But-
see yourself in them like a lot, and you're like, damn. That was uncomfortable.
But it's also like interesting for me to see like how much of a mix of the two of us they are. Like, like if, and again, this is like just very like crude like generalizations, but I think it's so cool. Or it's like our daughter, like her brain operates more like mine, but her interests are more like her mom's. Where our son, his interests are more like mine, but his brain operates more like his mom's, which like that is like so interesting to me. I kind of like love how they turned out that way. But anyway, so well, Kyle's looking impatient. We should probably let him finish.
Doesn't he though?
It's like you guys done? Huh?
And even though we've actually had the conversation before, this time I picked up values I had missed before. And I heard how his life was about putting those values into action. Do you know how incredibly valuable that is? Proverbs 13:22 says, a good person.
Yeah, also, like, again, I want to point out, I mean, he's getting to a Bible verse now, but like I said, like, as often as I've pointed out in this message, like, oh, this is actually a good point. This is good. Like, and
None of it's been the Bible.
yeah, like whenever we get to those points, like not a Bible verse to be seen, but now he's pulling this one out, like, which I mean, I guess this, but again, it's like,
Wait,
was
a
this
sinner's wealth is stored up for the righteous? What?
I think that's more like, but people who are righteous will get their money because they're righteous and they're sinful, so they don't get their money anymore. So it just goes to the good people or something.
This doesn't
Right, which
make
is
any sense.
right. Yeah. So, yeah, try to square this verse with the fact that Donald Trump is super wealthy and Elon Musk is the richest person ever.
So this is kind of like it should have been
Yep.
like Proverbs something A, like just the first part of it. Have you ever seen that when people do that?
Yeah.
It sure the first part kind of makes sense for what he's saying, but then the second part, you're kind of like, what? It sounds like the thing that is the point of this sentence is not what you're using it for. You're using it for its setup.
Oh, so here's a bit of Kip lore I was not aware of.
I think I heard that one other time, but I didn't remember until now.
See, like, damn it, Kip, I feel like I can't like make fun of you for anything about this, so I have no idea how to react.
Okay, Kip's a good person.
Fine. God damn it, Kip. Anyway.
Leaves an inheritance for their children's children, but a sinner's wealth is stored up for the righteous. Leaving an inheritance is not about being rich in money. You can have these conversations even if you're not leaving a large monetary inheritance.
Okay, so he's not going to address the whole like, but a sinner's wealth is stored up for the righteous. So again,
No.
like why share these verses if there's like entire sections of them that you just have to either just completely ignore or kind of recontextualize or to tell us, well, don't worry about that part. It's like hey.
Well, don't. What he's just proof texting, Tommy. Leave him alone.
He's like the man proof text.
Yeah, he's like, see, the Bible says similar words and similar arrangements.
Ignore the parts that don't.
Inheritance. The Bible says that faith without works is dead. In the same way, your values without conversations will die with you.
What?
Now, part of why
That only barely works. Faith without works is dead. So if passing an inheritance is work, and faith is your legacy. It's like, okay, they're similar, but it doesn't work very well.
Clearly. Like, but see, I know other people besides Kip are watching. If someone else besides Kip could please chime in. I mean, thank you, Kip, for being here and interacting and giving us your the engagement. It's good. All right.
You're giving him the impression what he's saying is important.
You heard him. Or me or whoever it was.
My time blindness, my ADHD didn't cause me to conclude I couldn't learn or succeed. It's an inheritance I received from my dad's dad, George Ray.
It's like, or it could be just an understanding of what neurodivergence is and why it's not, at least not necessarily, actually a problem. Like, maybe you could have learned it from that. But no, we got to still tie it into, but I need to get a thing from family, not from science.
Yeah.
So.
And it's kind of like the story kind of makes it sound like he's like, but then I realized all I had to do was try harder. He doesn't say that exactly, but that's the only way the story about his grandpa would make sense.
Right, but also, like, so listen to the story, but just think, okay, well, what was Kyle supposed to do if he didn't have this story from his grandfather? If his grandfather's life wasn't like this?
Fucking give up, apparently.
Right? Because how many people who have ADHD like Kyle don't have a story like this from someone in their family to learn from?
And
what the fuck are they supposed to do?
And what are the odds that Kyle would have a similar temperament as his grandpa?
Right?
It's like, oh, did you do a similar thing to what your grandpa did? Maybe it's because you got fucking similar genes, and like that's what people like you do with like your makeup. People with your makeup raised by similar people with your makeup. This is what those people do.
Right? Yeah. Amazing. It's probably a Bible verse for it that's terrible for the situation that he'll use anyway.
Hanson. He was the oldest of 7 kids. He actually dropped out of school in 8th grade to help support his family during the Great Depression because his dad couldn't find work.
Isn't that awesome?
Right? Yeah. Isn't it great that things were so terrible that he had to do that? But I benefited, so it's all worth it, right? Yeah. So So it's all right, everyone. I know the Great Depression was awful, but Kyle learned something about himself. So now, it's all okay.
We're not giving him the benefit of the doubt, but this is funny.
Oh, no, but okay, but later when there's a person he interviews, like this gets like cranked up to 11.
Oh yeah. They're both doing the pastor cadence. It's a little much.
So, but yeah, we'll get to that. I think.
Will we?
We're over halfway. Never going to high school.
And also, like the last like several like minutes of this are just like praise and worship music time. So we are actually most of the way through. So
I was graduating high school. He learned to be a butcher. Then he learned business, at least enough to open his own little shop. In his spare time, he kept learning. He taught himself how to build furniture. Yes, that's where I get it. Even late in his life, he was always learning something new. My very last memories with him are talking to him about computers and email and the internet and also Spanish, because he decided that he wanted to learn both at the same time. See, he taught me that there were no limits. I could learn anything and I could do anything. That's an inheritance.
That's one of the whitest things ever said.
Yeah, but also, like, did his grandfather also have ADHD? Like, I'm confused.
Possibly,
how.
But
yeah, maybe, but he didn't say so. But he's like, oh, so because this other person who may or may not have had the same kind of brain as me was able to achieve things, that means I can. Like maybe, but again, I feel like if you're someone like with ADHD or some other sort of neurodivergence, like I don't know. I feel like you shouldn't need that. Like all you should need is just to actually learn about your brain and what you do, and like how you do things.
Do what's good for you.
And yeah, and yeah, like it doesn't have to be someone in your family. Like you can learn from anywhere, from anyone. It's like,
Well, it doesn't have to be, but it like apparently helped. But
yeah, that's valid. That's valid.
there's a good chance
Appreciate
his
you.
grandpa was ADHD because it has a strong genetic component.
Yeah, but also like those seem like two completely different situations. Yeah, two completely situations. In words, but it's like so. It's almost basically because my grandfather was able to do this stuff out of like absolute necessity, because otherwise his family would starve. It's like I can deal with ADHD. It's like,
But if he knew his grandpa,
okay,
if like his life overlapped with his grandpa's, because like people who have ADHD can like tell when other people do. I never clocked him for having ADHD though, ever. But maybe his medication works really well for him.
yeah. Or also because maybe like in every situation where you probably like saw him was like in messages like this, it was like so highly performative and scripted. So
And clearly he enjoys doing it, and so it would be easier to focus while you're doing it. Yeah, but like so he might have realized that his grandpa was like him, like at a young age, and so maybe that helped. Where he's like, Grandpa, and I feel similar to Grandpa, like we connected. He could do it. But that's the thing. Like maybe his grandpa probably succeeded even more having not gone through high school and shit. Like he was doing everything the way he could instead of what what worked for him instead of going through school.
Yeah, but yeah. So there could be all this stuff, but like I'm just going off of like what Kyle is actually saying. So
yeah,
but I'm like, but based on that, I'm like, it's like sure, like okay, but
I'm just trying to make it make sense in my head. Otherwise, this doesn't make sense why he made this connection.
Right? Yeah. There you go.
That's values passed on. My other grandfather, Robert Ball, never knew his dad. He was raised by his grandparents, and they owned a bar. So it literally means he was raised in a bar. Probably made a mean Manhattan at 5 years old, you know? But despite never knowing his own dad, he became the dad of 9 kids and the incredible, loving grandfather to more than 3 dozen.
How much can you really love the 3 dozen?
Yeah, but I mean, but also like I don't like how is this connected? Like, even though he didn't know his dad, he became a dad. like
it's not hard.
Yeah, it's like I don't. And again, like no shade on his grandpa. Like I don't know anything, but just what he's just said right there, it's like that's not impressive.
And he's like, he had 9 kids. I'm like, I don't know. It sounds like maybe a mistake.
Yeah, no, like because here's the thing. Like again, like I can only go off of what Kyle is actually giving us here. But this sounds like, well, I talked about one grandfather. I should probably talk about the other one. What can I say about him? Oh, he didn't have a dad, but he had kids. Like, also, conspicuously absent from all of this are his grandmothers. And his mother. Like, he's only talked about his dad.
Yeah, this is patriarchy
2 grandfathers. Heavy. Is there something to that?
Well, the grandmothers are just vehicles for the grandfather.
Yes. So you can have a father, and that's what they're there for. But
yeah, it's just because you can't have fathers without the women too.
Yeah, it's like I guess they're necessary. Yeah, but
it's amazing. So he passed on an inheritance.
What?
It's amazing how many fans of like patriarchal stuff that we were around, like they just they have problems with women. Other than like the sex with the women, they've got problems with women.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just weird. It's like, are you like relationally gay but sexually straight?
Huh.
But then, like most gay dudes seem to be like very cool with women, and then there's some that like, fuck, what's that conservative Dave Rubin? Like he's a woman hating gay guy, which is like a weird subculture.
Yeah. So I almost feel like at this point, Kip, would you prefer if we were just watching the game instead of Kyle? But
Yeah, at 9 kids, like you're not so much like giving birth as just like passing children.
yeah, like, here's another one. Yeah, but
Value of family and adventure. And the idea that you can move the ball forward for your family no matter where you pick it up in life.
again, fantastic point right there. No Bible verse to be found.
No, this is from the book of Bro.
So, yeah. No, but that is a good point. It's like it's all about like wherever you are in life, it's all about like just keeping it going forward. Like you like it's not like you have to get the ball like, to use the metaphor, like to a certain point. It's just like, did you advance it from where you started? That's really what matters. And yeah.
Melly learned to retire as soon as she can from her ADHD dad.
Well, thanks for keeping us informed, Kip. We appreciate it. So, like, I don't know how to take this. I'll be honest, but I choose to take it well. So, anyway.
By the way, neither of my grandfathers left any money. They didn't. But what they left was worth far more. Now, your values, they could be expressed through the money you leave, but the values transcend money. I hope you're picking up on that. An example from my life right now, Sarah and
I don't know. Like,
is that really what you're saying? Value transcends kids? Because it seems to be all of what you're going on about.
Yeah, or like even like values transcend money, because like I kind of hate to say this. So like speaking of like earlier, like my grandparents and like the money like they set aside like for like the family, like I said, that has been very helpful. As far as values from my grandparents, I mean, I kind of hate to say this, and especially if like any of my family's watching, which I kind of doubt, but hey, maybe someone is. But so sorry if this is breaking news for any of you, but like the money's definitely more helpful than the values. I'll just
so Melly
I'll just say that.
Picking up what I was picking up on earlier. Like this is a pitch to leave all your money to the church. Yeah, like it's like we're not telling you to, but if you want to. Yeah. That's what I thought the part of the point was about that story from earlier where the kids get the money and they're like fighting over who got more and like why didn't I like it's like, well, you know how to solve that problem. Just donate all your money. You know what's more important?
Yep.
You, not your money. What you value, pass that on. Give us your money.
There you go. Oh, so fuck you, Kip. So
that's all that was good.
But what is a bullshit penalty? Like,
a bullshit penalty. Penalty.
No. Kip said sit. Like, and Kip is a very smart man. He knows what he's typing. He wouldn't care. He wouldn't be He wouldn't be so careless with his words. He's clearly talking about Sitting Bull. So I have no idea what that has to do with penalties, but I'm sure he can elaborate. So
We want to leave a legacy of fun and encouragement. So what are we doing? Well, every night we play Mario Kart with our kids as the very last thing before they go to bed. 4-race tournament. Why? Because we want the last memory of every day they spend with us to be having fun together and encouraging each other. We value fun. We value encouragement.
Which, and this is one thing, I'm sure that's fine, but like in my mind, it's like no matter what, even the kid's like, Dad, I hate Mario Kart. Like, we're doing it
because it's fun and encouraging.
On your your old laptop. Yeah,
is
yes,
God,
I remember the laptop. Yes.
Is God fun and encouraging? Like, are these things God values? God's encouraging sometimes in the Bible. But is he fun? Like, ever?
Yeah, is God like having fun with us, or is he telling us we need to like take up our cross and like die to ourselves and all this very self-sacrificial? It's not about us at all. It's just about him.
Yeah, and tells us like how the happiest we can ever be is worshiping him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All the best dudes say that.
Right?
What about you? I want you to take a minute right now to write down what it is you value. And I know at this question, you could be tempted to write a novel here, but really limit yourself to 15 characters. Force yourself to get very specific and very focused. What do you value? You have 30 seconds to write.
I'm still doing this.
Yeah. So what have we been primed?
Well said.
Right here. Like what's the pitch been so far? Like they're kind of like guiding us towards certain things, I would assume. So I don't know what I'm supposed to put here.
Yeah, it's like, tell me, God, what do I value? But
all I've heard is not money, but money can be great. Not fun things, although fun is something Kyle does. But he does it for the right reasons, so it's fine.
Right. Yeah, and
isn't it a problem to like force people to like? I value kind of nebulous things and like authenticity and shit. But so like, why?
Mm-hmm.
But if I write that down, and now my goal is to be authentic, and now it's the thing I do instead of just me. I don't know. That feels weird.
Yeah.
Don't just be you. Be the singularly focused you.
Right. Yeah. Because also I feel like for the way my brain works, I feel like if I were to write down, this is my value about a thing, like I feel like that's limiting because I think so many things are so situational. It's like I could come up with like a value and like, so this is how I always want everything to be, and like this is how I will always be every time in every situation. But something will come up where I'm like, oh, well, this doesn't actually apply to this. But yeah, so I feel, yeah, I feel like
talk more.
Yeah.
1-0.
4 lines, 4 questions. The last one, toward what end? Or said another way, what are you living for? You know, culture promotes living with your eyes down. This is the posture. Head down, look at what's right in front of you. Think about today, think about tomorrow, nothing else.
Where are you getting this shit?
Yeah, like what? Yeah, that's That's one of the things I thought, like, when I was watching this too, was like, what culture are you talking about?
That doesn't sound like that doesn't sound like stuff. Well, very insightful, Matt. Thanks for sharing.
Yes. No, that I mean, I couldn't have put it any better myself. So, but yeah, it's like straw man, something like I have to have something to contrast the point I'm trying to make with, whether or not it actually works. So, but this is what the opposition has to be.
This is how they say, well, the world says this. They don't use that kind of language because that's like triggering Christianese.
Mm-hmm.
So they say,
but
society or the culture.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'll let him finish the analogy, but to me, compared to what the Bible actually says, it almost seems like he has this backwards. But let's let him finish.
But God actually promotes living with your eyes up. He says, look about today. Yes, look clearly ahead of you. Look at today. That's fine. But look past today. Look over the horizon of your life and stare at eternity.
Even though, didn't Jesus like literally say, don't worry about tomorrow, only like think about today?
Look at the birds. They don't care if they die tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's like Kyle, have you read the Bible? Like, have you read the words of Jesus? Like, Jesus was all about, don't worry about tomorrow.
Here and now.
Just think
store up treasures in heaven. That's confusing.
Yeah, which may or may not be a thing, but
treasures in heaven.
Yeah, but it may or may not be a thing, but don't worry about that.
Yeah,
but
like the big mansion, lots of rooms. You get one, everybody gets stuff, and they're like, "Well, that sounds really interesting. Tell us more now." When my father's out, there's many rooms. I go to prepare one for you. It's like we all live in the same house. Everybody just. It's just like, but Jesus, have you heard about the Infinite Hotel?
It's like, is there an HOA involved in this? Like, I may not be interested. But
it's like, was the room's already there for everyone already, or there's one added to infinity each time? Infinity rooms plus one every time.
Kip, the Bible, get a room for fuck's sake.
He's a fucking Lord.
Watch out for paper cuts.
All of the greats live this way. Hebrews 11 is a chapter that's known as the Hall of Faith. It's like the most faithful, God-filled people ever. How did they live their lives? It's people like Abraham, Sarah, and Jacob. And it says they all live this way. Hebrews 11 says they all died in faith, not having received the promise.
They all died. Some faith that was. Sorry, that's the way that was worded.
Well, they died in it, so it's fine.
But having seen them afar off, were assured of them, embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth. For those who say such things declare plainly that they seek a homeland.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so I'm trying to see, like, how good of a verse is this for what he's trying to say here? Like,
I forgot what he's trying to say.
It's that good. So he's talking about looking forward, but not just like head down at like the right now. Like, so I guess because like they were promised some kind of afterlife that they had no proof of. So they're like, okay, I'm just going to focus on that. It's like, maybe. I don't know.
Because they that say such things declare plainly that they seek a homeland. It sounds like they're just repeating. Like,
yeah.
Embraced then and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth. And then they're declaring plainly they seek a homeland. Duh. This is not profound.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, who doesn't? But okay.
Conservative
Yeah.
America makes a whole lot of sense.
All the sense.
Like, this is the stuff that
Bible
they're
says
like,
all these people lived with their eyes looking over the horizon of their life to eternity, and they walked towards it. That's what their lives were for. Your life will be spent toward something. It could be you, or it could be something bigger than you.
what? How? God, he's prompting everybody to give their lives to Christ and give their money to the church. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
You
that's
should only seek eternity. We'll
Yeah,
rarely talk about eternity here at this church.
yeah. Not your like your head down, only focused on today needs, like, like food or housing. Like, come on.
When we
Who
do talk
worries
about heaven,
that?
we'll talk about it like a general concept. Because only the weirdo Christians get into the details. We're not that kind of evangelical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, Jephthah.
Yeah. Well, he made that promise and shit.
Yeah, and God had to honor his free will.
He's like, God's like, ha, got your daughter. Neat. Glad what a loving God.
Yeah. God, fucking damn it. Yeah.
Got the chance to talk with a guy who you may actually
here we
know a few weeks ago. His name is Sean Lowe. He was the Bachelor, the Bachelor guy.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm so impressed.
Yeah. So in case anyone thought like we were maybe being like unfair about like his early illustration about like, well, talking about like the Great Depression and how, well, because the whole Great Depression happened, my grandpa turned out great and taught me a thing. It's like, if you thought we were being unfair because we were, framing things that way, let's let him continue here.
6-7 years ago. To this day, by the way,
6-7.
he's the only one who married the woman he picked. They're a great family. Got to hang out at his house, meet his kids. It was awesome. I was there actually to talk about other stuff, but towards the end of our day together, our conversation actually turned towards legacy and this exact question. Here's what he said. You exude this guy who has found something incredible with God. There had to be a question you asked that got you there. What was that?
Oh, that's a big one. I would say, what are we doing here?
Oh, what are we doing here?
I read a book recently, and the author asked, what is your grandfather's grandfather's full name and what was his occupation? Chances are none of us know the answer to that.
No idea.
Well,
So the point of him asking that question is, the Bible says life is but a vapor. Whether you live 20 years or whether
Speaking
you
of
live
vapors.
100 years.
Yeah, see, this guy had the right verse.
Yeah.
Talk about like how quick life was without all the rest of that other bullshit. But
You remember?
Take
From
notes.
the show.
what's that?
Kip remembers this guy.
Oh,
I never
Congratulations.
cared about that show at all.
yeah.
I thought it was a stupid social experiment. Like,
Yeah,
they prime everybody to like fall in love with each other, and yeah, it's not. It's like, cool. Look at these rats in this maze.
yeah, and I'm not saying this to sound like all impressive or whatever, but I was just never into any shows like this at all. Just wasn't my thing. But yeah,
Compared to eternity, we're here for a blink of an eye, right?
Wait, hold on. Wait,
Why are we
compared to
here? What are we
eternity-
doing?
Compared to eternity, like in length, like now's not happening.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
pretty much. Mm-hmm.
Is now not happening? If the universe is eternal, has now ever been happening? Is it all a simulation? The universe is just running, and we're like software that's running in it. I mean, we don't know. We're not software like we make software with computers and stuff.
Right. Yeah. Fuck if I know.
The Big Bang was the big programming.
Here. To give you one example to kind of bring it home, talking about grandfathers, my grandfather's a World War II veteran. He just celebrated his 96th birthday.
Oh, wow.
He fought on Okinawa, the bloodiest battle in the South Pacific. He made a deal with God. He did not know God. God, if you get me home safely, I promise I'll serve you for the rest of my life. Side note, he was a Marine. He was scheduled to be on the first wave of invaders if we were to invade Japan, which we were scheduled to before we dropped the bombs.
Yeah.
He would not have survived that. God gets him home. He doesn't serve God. Of course not.
Didn't hold up to his end of the bargain.
He's just a 20-year-old. He doesn't serve.
Okay, so just want to make sure you caught that. So God saving this guy and making sure he got home involved us nuking 2 entire cities, and
Which we didn't. We didn't have to do. Japan was already discussing terms of surrender.
Right, but so basically murdering, like, I don't know how many thousands of civilians, but this guy is framing it as like, oh, this is how God spared my grandfather. Dude. It's like, I'm like, what the fuck? See, this is what this kind of thinking does to you. Like, when you have to frame everything in terms of, like, what is God doing? Like, anything that good happens to me or my family, we have to put it in terms of, well, this is what God did for us. So this guy is picking out this one thing about his grandfather's story. Like, okay, his life was spared, so therefore the thing that led to his life being spared was good. Never mind the fact that the thing that led to his life being spared was us dropping 2 nuclear bombs on 2 Japanese cities.
Wasn't that great for your grandpa?
Like,
sure it was, but be aware.
Where was God's plan for all those Japanese civilians?
Well, Tommy, they were dirty Japs. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't use that slur at all. To me, it's a funny thing, but no, it's real.
Yeah. You're pointing out, like, the absurdity of it. Yeah, I get it. But
I know. But
of absurdity,
if somebody who's listening who's offended by that term, who is Japanese, I don't think most of them care. But if they were offended, it'd be like I'm using the N-word potentially.
Yeah. But great time to welcome Jimmy. So. Yes, many tens of thousands, just so he could have an awesome story about his grandfather.
Well, Kip might be talking about how many generations you'd have to remember to know that King David was a great ancestor of Jesus. That might be what he's talking about.
Oh,
many tens of thousands of generations.
No,
I could be wrong.
Paying attention. Anyway, but this was what stuck out to me from this whole interaction, where it's like, well, it's because, like, bunches and bunches of Japanese civilians were murdered by nuclear bombs, but it meant my grandfather survived, so therefore it's a testimony and evidence of how awesome God is. So there you go.
Kyle sits in chairs weird.
Yeah. That too, but yes. Great timing there, Jake. I mean, but honestly, like, the whole thing has been kind of like this in varying degrees, I guess. But yeah. Something familiar here. Grandpa joined the Navy just in time to participate in the cleanup after World War II. Got in by doggy paddling across the pool, and then he spent the entire trip to Japan puking. Truly a miracle.
They're like, "Can you tread water? Cool, let's get you on a boat."
Praise Jeebus.
Turns out there's a lot of people needing to tread water these days.
Right?
God, like 10 years go past, he gets married. He's got this dream one day, and he's looking out at the ocean, but it's fiery waves, okay? Behind him is this beautiful castle on a hill, and there's a winding road. Out in the ocean of the flaming waves, he sees Satan. So he says, looking at Satan, I'm petrified. Petrified. I look at the castle that sits on this hill, and I have this feeling of safety. I know that I have to get there. So I'm running, and I'm going up this winding road, and I'm running, and Satan is chasing after me, and I'm running. At the base of this castle, I finally reach it. There's a door. I reach, and the door is locked. Okay? My grandfather says, I wake up. He says, I literally see Jesus in my room. And Jesus says, you do not know me. Okay?
Wow.
So, what does my grandfather do? He gives his life to Christ that moment. Later becomes a pastor, okay? He has brought untold number of people to the Lord.
So how would he?
Like, okay, so like, dude had a weird dream.
Sounds like a trauma
include-
dream. Actually, like honestly, Tommy's gone. Holy cow! He's been smited from the internet.
Haha, take that, internet. But
It's
like, okay, so basically, like, dude has this dream full of very common tropes
also,
and like Western thinking about like spirituality and things.
if you're a Marine, you saw fire on water. Like if you're fighting those kind of that kind of war, like it kind of sounds like he's having like a trauma flashback dream.
Yeah, and also like with like also again, growing up in the United States, I'm sure he's heard of Jesus, he's heard of the devil.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like this kind of dream is like not surprising or shocking at all. Like these, and again, like him saying he woke up and literally saw Jesus. Like, how many of us have like had dreams where in the dream we woke up, but like we were still dreaming?
Well, there's also
Like,
that kind of sleep
yeah.
paralysis you can have where you
Mhm.
wake up and you're conscious but also still dreaming. And so it's like augmented reality shit's happening. So he may have been awake / not awake, and because he thought he was fully conscious, he thought what he saw was real.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's also survivor's guilt too, the whole earn this thing. Like that's what I felt that
Mhm.
like a little bit, not a ton, after
Yeah,
my
yeah.
car accident.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm like, why am I still here? Like, there must be a reason. No, it could have just been a fluke of physics.
Yep. Sounds like it. Yeah. Which that was like the nice thing about for me, like surviving cancer. Like when I did was like when I was kind of already in a lot of ways on my way out of Christianity anyway. So I never really had that aspect of it. But that was actually something my therapist asked me about today. Like in our session was like, she's like, okay, what would have happened if you would have survived cancer like as a kid? Like still like super steeped in Christianity. And that's one of the things I said. It's like, yeah, that would have added that layer of, oh, God saved me. Now I have to make it worth it, kind of thing. So, like, being very glad in that way that didn't happen then. But yeah, real Melly with, oh, well, this is very compelling. Dreamed a centaur kicked me off a cliff and I sprouted wings and flew away. This is why I would now worship Zeus. I mean, that makes sense.
Okay, in my flying dreams, there's a particular way it feels right before I start flying. And it's like a thing I do on purpose in my dreams. And I swear, if I could replicate, it's not like how real it feels. Like, I swear that if I could replicate that same feeling internally, I could probably fly in real life. It's like a weird, like uplifted, like meditative feeling that only happens in the flying dreams.
Yeah. But okay, so but back to this guy's story about like his grandfather and the dream he had and like how he's interpreting that and like, oh, this proves like God and the Jesus stuff and all that. Like, I mean, call me overly skeptical, but to me, this whole story just smacks of like we said, like there's so many reasons a person could have a dream like that or think that they were actually awake and literally saw Jesus and now that's what they think all of this means or whatever. But like to me, and I believe he's being completely sincere and honest in his like retelling of this and like what it meant to his grandfather and like now what it means to him. But this totally just smacks of in this context of like being a Christian. So like they'll take like anything that they can to say, oh, this proves our side and this shows that we're right. So like no one questions it. Like no one, I don't imagine as he's like told this story and expressed it the way he has just now that like anyone has said, I don't know. Have you thought about it this way? I'm sure everyone he said this. Oh yes, that's so amazing. Like yes, that's such a wonderful testimony. You need to talk about this more.
You can tell by the confidence in which he says it. Like it's clear he thinks there's only one way to take this story.
Yeah, it sounds like there was like almost no actual critical thinking applied to any of this at all. It's like, oh, yep, this confirms what we already thought. So yes, that's what it is.
Critical thinking is dangerous because it makes feelings harder. It makes it more challenging to have all the good Holy Spirit feelings.
I know, right? Man,
it's almost like it's the opiate of the masses.
So anyway, I'm just impressed people are still watching at this point. So let's keep going.
Answer that question. What are we even here for?
He would probably say to expand the kingdom of heaven. Yeah.
Well, he'd be wrong.
What's that mean?
Yeah. So it's like, okay.
Incredible.
That's the question, isn't it? What are we doing here? Towards what end? The last line of your epitaph will say what it was all for. Will yours say for the sake of her own enjoyment? Will it say to make himself happy? Or will it say to the glory of God, to the advantage?
Mine will say to make myself happy, if any of those things, yes. It's like, because again, I keep having to remind myself, like, because like a lot of the videos we watch are like in the like context of like apologetics and counter apologetics and like Christians combating like atheists or like other non-believers. But like, I keep having to remind myself, this is in the context of Christians talking to other Christians. So yes, in that context, saying your life needs to be about God, like that makes perfect sense. And that's like not controversial. It's like, of course that's the answer, but I don't know. But if anyone's watching this, like in that space, like it doesn't have to be. Like you can think of your life in other terms, and I would super encourage you to. But
you know, if there is no God, what they're really saying is you need to make your life all about what our subculture of people has decided is good. You know, like the God that we worship, we need to be like the ideal. We need to worship our ideal.
Mm-hmm.
That's a collective endeavor. That's like the kind of thing that like a lot of conservatives think communism is. We need to have the same communal belief about reality. It breaks everything if we don't.
Right. Right, but speaking of our ideals, sounds like Kip may be experiencing an ideal of his. Cool, I guess. But here's something I actually care about. What matters isn't the content of dreams; it's how we interpret them. But the interpretation doesn't make the events in the dream real. Yes.
Well, I mean, there's like different kinds of real. Like whatever we think is real to us, and that experience.
Real,
But even if it like it's not externally real, that we experience it as if it's real. So it was like a real experience. Like it wasn't fake. It's something I was talking to my therapist about. Like I was talking about, I think I said something like my religious experiences weren't real. And I think she said something like, well, they were real, but they might not have been accurate. And I was like,
yeah,
damn it, they were real. It wasn't accurate.
yeah, like you really experienced something, but maybe your interpretation of what was actually happening may not have been accurate. But yeah, but as far as like the dreams, like him talking about like the dream that his grandfather had, it's like, okay, yes, he actually had that dream, but like people have dreams about all kinds of stuff that they don't interpret like actual meaning from. But because this dream lined up with certain like tropes and archetypes and stories or whatever that he had probably heard growing up and was familiar with through culture, he's like, oh, this must mean something. It's like, yeah, maybe not. But
this discussion could be giving people, like, I bet some of the people watching, well, we just lost 3, but I bet some of the people still watching like fell asleep listening to it. We could be giving them some pretty fucked up dreams right now.
ooh, I like that.
Are they having, man, are they gonna like dream they wake up and see Jesus in their room and now they're a Christian?
I don't know. Tell us, Spooky. Did you dream about seeing Jesus in your room? Was there like a lake of fire with Satan chasing you and you're running towards a castle or something? Like,
Are you a believer like now?
Yes.
Also, little on the nose to see a castle and be like, "Ooh, safety! I need it." And it's like,
yeah,
it feels very Freudian and like a trauma recollection.
Yeah, even though like it's supposed to like again like that dream was supposed to be, oh, this is all about God. Like, but he never said in the dream that like God or Jesus was in that castle. Like he said, oh, it's a castle and it felt like safety. Well, yeah, because if you're looking at a sea of fire with Satan or a castle, like which is going to feel more like safety to you? But
isn't that Jesus threatening?
Yeah, he's like, you don't know me. It's like, okay,
know me or else.
Yeah, I'm like, again, like I'm thinking about my kids, like when they were like first born, like they didn't know me. They didn't know anything other than like they need to eat. They just shat themselves or they're sleepy. It's like,
but, and everything happening outside them was nuts.
Yes. So, but at no point where I was like, you don't know me. I don't know you anything. It's like, no, it's like, I am literally there for anything you could possibly need as far like as I am able to provide, you know. But apparently God's like, well, you don't know me. I don't know you shit. It's like, well, maybe fucking show up every now and then I would know you. But, oh well.
No, I
guess that's asking too much. But.
Right.
Advancement of his kingdom. Take 30 seconds right now to answer the question, towards what end?
Told us the answer is the kingdom.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Keep us informed, Melly. Let us know what, if anything, you've converted to because of whatever crazy dreams you may or may not be having.
4 lines, 4 questions. Who are you? Who do you love? What do you value? Toward what end? The answers to those questions are the start of an incredible legacy that lasts. Oh.
Yeah, which, again, outside of all like the religious and like Jesus bullshit that he tried to shoehorn into this, like, yes, those are good questions. It's like, what? Why did we need the other stuff, Kyle? Just. Wait.
Oh yeah, Tommy. The internet tried to kill him, and then he came back.
Yeah. again, like I love. I think the way that we explained it was like it's like we keep trying like we keep getting raptured, but like heaven like immediately like realizes their mistake and just sends us right back. But it just keeps happening for some reason. That's how I like to think of it.
Final Fantasy Tommy.
What's that?
The internet keeps trying to Final Fantasy Tommy.
I don't know what that means. I've never played any of those games.
Or no, not Final Fan. No, what's that one? It's that horror thing. It's a horror movie franchise.
Oh, Final Destination.
Final Destination. God damn it.
Okay. That's okay. It's late. We're all tired and probably inebriated.
By the way, what did I write?
Oh,
I combined these questions together and I wrote these 47 characters. He loved with everything he had and spent it all for Jesus. I pray.
does that actually answer all the questions that he just asked, though?
This is absolutely trying to tell people to bequeath their money to Crossroads. To put Crossroads in their will. That's absolutely that's the pitch. That's the final pitch. They gave everything.
It's not that.
Right, it's not that specifically,
So,
but like if
yeah.
you want to interpret it that way, they're not going to tell you not to.
Ah, wonderful.
Is that you have an epitaph that you love, that you can be proud of. I hope this experience helped you on your way. And we're not done yet. We're going to keep going right now with something.
Yeah, we are, Kyle. We're done.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Yeah,
next it's
literally
gonna be-
all that's left is they're doing like a praise and worship, like music and singing and whatever. Anyway,
Well, now the music will like solidify any conclusion they just led you to.
I mean, maybe. I mean, you can't prove it doesn't. So,
Huh? What?
thank you, Matt.
I don't understand.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. It's all supposed to be mysterious.
Oh,
So, yeah. All right. So this is, what we're hoping to make a regular thing. Like the last episode of the month will be checking out Crossroads and whatever.
hopefully no more Kyle for a while.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well,
Well,
the Easter ones are Tome, right?
yeah, but the one about Noah's flood, that's another Kyle one. But it's okay. Kip says he wants to help us with that one, so stay tuned for that.
That's that's probably best. Kyle didn't go to seminary either.
All right, so you'll be happy to hear that the sermon on Noah's flood that you've committed to joining us for is also Kyle. So
Yeah.
have fun with that. I guess we'll be here
Also,
too.
his feelings would be hurting more than Brian's. That a biblical scholar is telling me he's full of shit.
Yes. So, yeah, that would be fantastic, actually. But anyway, I have no idea what we're doing next week, but I know like the last week of March, we'll be doing Crossroads Easter sermon from last year, which actually I remember like skimming through it, but I don't actually remember anything about it right now.
Was the one last year like the proofs for Jesus rising from the
Oh
dead?
yes, that was it. Yeah, the like 6 or whatever proofs that Jesus actually resurrected, and like, oh, this is gonna be good.
Yeah, I have a feeling that several of them are going to be ones that we've heard of, and then other ones are probably going to be ones that we've never heard of, and they're bad.
Ooh, now this is an interesting bit of lore. Never attended seminary, but have taught at a couple. Wow.
Yeah. So we're going to hear from the guy at Crossroads who has even less formal education in the Bible. not that the pastor has to pass, and to get a degree in seminary, but it is weird that the head pastor his least favorite subject was theology.
But I guarantee you, he is going to have more confidence than just about any like actual biblical scholar on any of this stuff. So
Remember that time the best genocide ever happened?
it was awesome. So, all right. So, yeah. So that's Crossroads talking about like legacy and writing epitaphs and shit. So,
Epitaphs.
but it's all got to be about God and Jesus, even though when it came to like actual good points they were making, like God, Jesus, the Bible, were references to them were few and far between, and when they were there, they were kind of awful. So,
When they were there, they were Kyle.
yes, it was very Kyle. That's
Okay,
what
but to put all this in perspective, this is Kyle. Kyle loving us as best he can, and spending all of it for Jesus.
Spending it all for Jesus. I think that's where that ends up.
It's Kyle blowing his love load for Jesus.
I don't know how to take this, but thanks for being here anyway.
Well, Wednesday's garbage morning here.
Well, not here for me. Like it's Monday morning is garbage. So
Erin forgot to take our garbage out because that's like one of the things she does, but she did like 2 weeks in a row. So we just have and I like every time I finish a job from work, I come home with like a contractor bag full of trash. It's one of the services I provide.
So I'm sure she appreciates you like calling her out like that right now.
Like 3 or 4 like bags down here. I don't hold it against her. I mean, because we've all got ADHD in the house. It's not exactly her fault. She forgot.
Right. Yeah, that's good to remember. But yeah.
No, it was just funny because we're like, I guess we're gonna pile up more trash in the basement. All right.
Yeah, what are basements for? All right, so I would say like any concluding thoughts, but mine are just meh.
No, I'm just just the Kyle of it all.
Indeed. Well, good enough, I guess.
He's
all right,
well, what he thinks is the best. That ain't nothing.
Well, Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. All right. Well, yeah, I think I'm out of brain things. So,
brain all done.
Else? All right, good enough. Well, so yeah, do all the things. Like if you like this, like it, like with like the button thing.
And if you don't.
Yeah. And if you really like it, feel free to subscribe. Tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell like random people on the street, whatever. Yeah, because apparently, if we get like this number high enough, we can like do more things with the channel as far as a subscriber count goes. So
I will say, instead of don't do what Kyle said, be the best you for you and the people you care about.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because that's one of the things I learned from like surviving cancer and like having the whole like new lease on life thing and like trying to figure out what do I actually want. It's like it's okay, like that's kind of the point. It's like figuring out like what do you want. And for me, like obviously that involves like people I care about, my kids, other friends and family, but it's like not worrying about like like the normal typical like cultural much less religious like expectations for what I'm supposed to want. Just what do I actually want, and then just go about it. And it's worked so far. So
Spooky's having a hard time.
Yeah. And so can you
with my seat screen placement. I can none words too good.
Yeah, because we've actually talked about having this as the arrangement. Because because I was just thinking, just because as we start the show, like Matt always talks first, and then me. That just makes sense to me going right to left. But we just started with me on the right, and so we're both creatures of habit. And trust me, this is throwing me off too. So
I can't look at it.
we should probably just end this now. All right. So yeah, come back next week, and also remember, in 2.5 weeks. Sunday, March 15th, we will be on with Kelly, or otherwise known as the Detroit Atheist Queen. Yeah, super looking forward to that. That should be fun. So, and then
I'm not sure what to expect.
Yeah, me neither, but it's going to be cool.
Okay.
And then Marin from the Misinterpretations channel is also apparently wanting to do things with us as well. But no firm plans on that. But as soon as we do, we'll let you know. But yeah, I think that's all I got. I should probably go to sleep because there's things.
Yeah, I need to eat something. I gotta go install wallpaper tomorrow for Alexis.
Ooh, nice.
A car, Alexis.
The car wants wallpaper. That's interesting.
Right.
Good times. All right. Well.
May your things and stuff be forever with your people.
Nighty night.